Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe.
shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
And we are back live. Welcome to a new week of PUBG Mobile action here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. We are now on week number 2. Week number 1, it was all about Playbook X Misfit International. Who will go for that smash? By the way, this is Kuku TV together with the one and only Miss Aya Plays. And Miss Aya, how are you this week?
I'm actually quite excited for what will happen for the rest of week number 2, but at the same time I also feel rested because we had sort of a break during those 2 days previously on Monday and Tuesday, and now we are again starting off another week, so I am just very much excited on how this week will start.
Well, I'm very excited as well because it's a brand new week. So all of the other 4 teams who didn't play in the Super Weekend, it's their time to make a bounce back. We have the likes of Paradise Esports, as well as the others like Aggressive Fight or OF, you know what I mean? So you do have those teams who never really got a chance to play in the Super Weekend, the first ever Super Weekend, where we only got to play only like 3 matches. But before we even proceed with that, thank you very much again to our sponsor. We have the Techno Camon 40 Premier 5G. This is one tap perfect snap. Basically, guys, it does have a lot of features available. It's basically is a 5G phone, seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with this one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely, if you are looking for a new device to buy to play PUBG Mobile, this is the perfect one that you can have right now. So don't forget to check their online stores and even on-site stores from wherever you are situated in at right now. But here, one more thing that we have, of course, is none other than the PUBG Mobile X Shelby. So experience unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X Shelby collaboration, and this is available right now. So don't forget to check that in game.
So check that in game as well, together with our collaboration with the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan. It is live right now. Titan transformations, ODM gear, and more await. So join the fight right now. Stay tuned for more collaboration contents coming soon at PUBGmobile.live/Attack on Titan 2025. There is actually already a brand new price path available, so you can get that one right now. But let's proceed to our prediction first. Our prediction will be a Myanmar day for today. Kuku TV is going to be going for Yangon Galacticos. Nexus Vanguard is for Aya. As for the Filipino casters, we have Queen Toya's Burmese Goals. And 214 Esports for Paulo B. Zan will take Yangon Galacticos TTQ for Zami. And then for Riamang Cord, he will get the Good Game Esports team. And then Yangon Galacticos for Crim Gaming. So a little bit confused on the other regions, because normally we would see Aya that they will go full blast with their own region squad. But it's kind of different so far. Most of the predictions are coming from the region of Myanmar.
No doubt the Myanmar region has also did their best and has given us have given us a very, very good performance for not only the first few days, but even in Super Weekend. But right now, let's first see what could they have once they win here in PMCL Southeast Asia Summer, and that is a $40,000 total prize pool, and the distribution are as follows on the league stage and in the final stage. But before we, of course, go into the battle, let's meet all of our participant teams for week number 2. So we are going to have everyone back here after that Super Weekend. So all of the 20 teams are here. PBMS, NX, Austria, KHI would be in Group A. Group B would be RNG, Yam Galacticus, Team Max, and GX. Group C, we have 214, BG, GG, and then B. Group D, we have our SG, Goa, OF, and PG. And for Group E, that will be Sin, Time to Quick, AF, and S69.
Brand new groupings for this week, Aya. Again, the groupings will be shuffled or reshuffled right after each week. And currently, right now, if you try to look at the groupings, Group A is for me the group of death. Currently, they have mostly all of the top tier teams. But here is now today's matches. Again, we're gonna have 20 total matches again, like what we had the previous week, and it's gonna be 6 for today, and then tomorrow and on the third day would be 7. But first, we're gonna land in Sanhok. We see a bunch of a few teams who already won in this map.
Definitely, and just really looking forward to everyone's gameplay right now, given that they have already seen the performances for the past week, and hopefully they have adjusted very well to the teams and the opponents that were in front of them, and how to deal with them in those kinds of situations. So let's see, and let's look forward if there are going to be more of those changes, or will it be sort of a same kind of gameplay inside of week number 2.
Well, we're gonna have to check it out, Aya, because we haven't really seen so far these teams for this week. So I think everyone else will try to adjust, especially with the game Playbook X Misfit International. All of the other teams from all regions will try to adjust to whatever gameplay they have been doing. And we've seen that Playbook X Misfit has been doing really good so far when it comes to rotation to the circle. Remember, during the Super Weekend day number 2, they made that adjustment on that third and final game that day, wherein they rotated very early in the bottom side of the map, because it was twice in a row, Aya, that the circle went to the Sosnovka Island in Erangel. So we might probably see other teams do that as well, to try to rotate early, especially if the circle is not within the reach. So let's see and find out if these teams will have to make those adjustments. I mean, especially those who didn't play in the Super Weekend, Aya. I am
Yes.
expecting a lot from them this week.
Because they have a lot of points that they need to make up that they weren't able to get during week number 1. So week number 2 is their time to shine in, is their only chance to get those league ranking points for them to try their best to get into our grand finals. But most likely those who already played in that first super weekend, they already have those foundation of points, which will be just building here in week number 2 as we approach the second super weekend. But for now, we are going to be focused on those 3-day matches for them to be able to be eligible in entering super weekend.
Yeah, and we would like to thank all of the viewers as well who did enjoy that Super Weekend last week. And we would love to hear from you as well. We are live currently on PUBG Mobile Esports on the blue app and also on the red app. We are also live on PUBG Mobile Esports. Don't forget to click that subscribe and follow button for you to get updated. And there's a lot of cheers coming from the Myanmar region currently right now on YouTube. On the Facebook channel, there's gonna be a few shout outs that I would like to make. Shout out to Shikaina Shu. She just
Shout
recently
out.
got married
Oh,
5 days ago,
congratulations.
or maybe 6 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to Miss Shikaina Shu. She's currently in China right now, together with her husband. But also shout out to Pretzel, who's watching this live right now. So shout out Pretzel from
Shout outs.
PBMS, who's gonna be playing. I'm not so sure with the groupings. We haven't really gone
Yep.
check the groupings per map, because remember, Aya, every single map, it's gonna be different groups who'll be playing to make up that 16 teams total for every each map.
Definitely. So probably we will just know that once we are inside of the game. But as of the moment, we are not yet in. So let's just wait for quite a while before we start our first game for today, which is going to be in Sanhok, which is the usual that we have experienced for the past days and for the past week. So now this is a fresh, clean slate for everyone, Kuku. We are starting off on 0 points, of course, for everybody. So I hope that those teams on the bottom, those underdogs that we have seen during week number 1, can climb their way up towards the leaderboards here in week number 2.
Well, week number 2, let's talk about Sanhok. There's a lot of teams who have won in Sanhok. During day number 1, it was Rangers who actually won that very first Sanhok in the week, and then it was followed up by a winner chicken dinner by Nexus Vanguard and Sin during day number 2, and then for day number 3, it was followed up by PBMS and Burmese Skulls. But for the other Sanhok, which is in the Super Weekend, it was Austria Esports who started the Super Weekend on fire, and then eventually it ended up as PBMS who got their own winner chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok. So if you try to analyze things up here, looks like PBMS already got the secret formula when it comes to playing in Sanhok. And you know what, PBMS drops at Sami area, which is on the bottom side of the map, and there are a few circles that is actually on the very northern side of the map of Sanhok. So they are very good when it comes to rotating in, coming from the bottom side to the top side of the map.
Definitely, we have seen their movements during all of those gameplays that they are always caught up in between of circles and zones, but they did not let that hinder them for getting a good spot inside the circle and getting all of those eliminations in the process. So as you've said, they probably really could have already gotten the perfect recipe for our Sanhok map. So let's see if that is still going to be the case right now, most especially that other teams might have also learned their strategy and could even target PBMS.
Well, PBMS is going to be a target on their back right now as we start the week, especially that they got the most of the league points from week number 1. They got the 15 league points, ranking points rather, league ranking points, which is very, very much needed for anyone out there in the tournament. Going into the bottom side of things of the league rank points, Team Newborn, Team GG, GX, KHI, and I would probably put up Sin and Max. These teams would need to, follow up their performance to a much better performance. Most especially those 4 teams who didn't really get any point, like Paradise. We also have like S69, On Fire, and then Aggressive Fight. They need to be better. They need to get into the top 16 in order for them to at least get those league rank points, because these league rank points will be the basis of whoever will qualify in the grand finals this coming June 13th to 15th.
Really, they need to change the strategies if they feel that it's not working anymore, and there is that resistance inside of those matches, most especially when faced with starting opponents. If they're still going to go with those dropping points, even if there are teams who are getting that, and with the rotation that they are going for, if there are also teams who they are running into in the middle of their journey. So those are some of the things that they really need to consider into checking, so that they could have a better performance here inside of the matches. And speaking of matches, again, we are going to have 6 matches for today. So this is quite, of course, the usual that we always have, but they need to make each game count.
Yeah, need to make those games count. And before we even proceed, again, shout out to also those to the other viewers from the other regions. Would normally see Aya that we will have Filipino, Burmese, and also Khmer viewers, because those are our viewers. We can also add the Laos viewers and also the Singaporean viewers. But we also have viewers from Mongolia. We also have viewers from Bangladesh. So shout out to everyone who are watching right now our live stream on the blue app and on the red app. There's also other viewers. I think this is from Thailand, because he's cheering for Vampire Esports. By the way, guys, PMSL Southeast Asia is happening at the same time.
Yes.
While PMCL Southeast Asia is happening. So you can go back and forth, especially that they started early. If you look at PMSL Southeast Asia, they started early. So if you want to watch, if you miss Federales, if you miss Red Bull, they are on a different stream. And shout outs to Tash Bunny and Contra who are casting on the English desk in PMSL Southeast Asia.
Really looking forward to that as well. It's just unfortunate that we are not going to be able to watch PMSL. But now let's first focus, of course, on PMCL. And speaking of, we are going to start our first match for today with just less than a minute on our clock. Sanhok battle is going to be our intro for the day. So let's see who will be exactly pumped up to start this day right.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so pumped up, Aya, especially that we are now on week number 2. After this week, we're going to have to wait for the finals. And then after the finals, we're all done. So it's a very quick tournament, in my opinion. But again, every single game counts for every single team who is joined in this tournament. So let's go ahead and, take this to to analyze the gameplay that they will have in the very first game, most especially the Sanhok map. Let's see who will go guns blazing. Let's see if there will be a hot drop in boot camp. So Sanhok, let's fly in.
And now we are here inside of week number 2, day number 1, in the map of Sanhok, brought to you by Techno and PUBG Mobile. And as the plane path comes from the eastern side onto the western area of Camp Alpha onto their northern side, now they are all dropping. And I still see, I believe, 2 teams taking again our boot camp. Let's see if who will get this map once for we'll get this win in between those battles once again. That is GX and GG right there. I was not able to keep track of their points already, but let's start off here in week number 2 if it is gonna be a 1-0, 0-1, or anything else in that area. But now look at this, still the same dropping points that we have. Let's now look forward at who is gonna win.
Yeah, we reset the rivalry here. in boot camp. GG versus GX. So one is currently down already, and that is Shroud. I'm not so sure where he is right now. I believe so that they're now planning on going for the revive. Or here comes Generation X. We now see Icing, who's actually playing more compared to the original lineup that they had in PMNC. Circle, by the way, is on the northern side. Nade will damage both Boyshan and Shroud. Here comes the push. Shin now is ready with a DPS. Oh, but they're ready with the backup. A squad will knock down Shroud right away. Oh, but then again, Boyshan goes down. Also, Ice goes down as well. The first blood will be coming from Shin as he confirms Shroud. So here comes Kaya. Kaya is now going to go for the push. Oh, and headshot to the face of Kaya. And now it's only going to be just one player left standing for the side of GG, and that is Devon. And it's always been Devon, Aya. If you remember, way back in spring, it was Kill Enemy and Hive International. If it's not Devon, it's sometimes Kaya who's left standing. And looks like Devon will now take the UAZ, and he will try to escape the area, hoping that he won't get sprayed down by the players of Generation X.
But look at that. He's being chased actually by the bullets. But with a bit of that forward movement, he is now finally hidden from the bullets of our Generation X. But his vehicle, he probably is going to leave that in that spot. And now for Generation X, they are running their way through where GG Defun is at right now. So they are going to be able to get the full squad wipe. Claude, though, will be the one near us. But Devon onto that eastern side of where they are at right now. He needs to hide himself because he's not ready for this battle, Cuckoo, and that would be quite devastating for GG if they will lose the team once again quite this early.
Yeah, GG, they need to learn from their mistakes from last week, and this is their mistake. They're trying their luck against Generation X. If you remember last season, they have changed their strategy when it comes to fighting against the team that they're up against with, especially in the hot drop in boot camp. So if ever they get spotted right now, especially now that OF is trying to make a sandwich here onto Generation X. Now the gunshots onto Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is very low on HP. Devon for now will live, but for how long?
We are not sure about that, but at least he was able to hide himself amidst that rock formation onto the cliff. But for GX is now, they are now gonna face a different battle later on with OF. But first, they need to prioritize getting all of this equipment in because it seems like OF is much ready for those battles. But not only OF, because behind OF is also a new challenger, which is our KHI Blank specifically. He could have access onto OF later on if they would like to. But for now, they're just checking the surroundings if they are going to be safe and moving forward.
And for KHI, another team that needs to improve. They're now, I believe so, at the area just right below Hatin. For now, for OF, they're now trying to clear the area, making sure that there's no Generation X coming in this part of the island. And again, Aya, the circle is going to the northern side, so this means that these teams would have to rotate, especially with those circles. They're very lucky. It'll be easy for them to be able to move from one place to another. And there's a vehicle right beside the houses of where Nexus Vanguard is at. They already got their own compound right over here. So it's all about waiting game right now. Anyone would crash will have to battle out against Nexus Vanguard.
And for Nexus Vanguards, we all know that they are really capable of getting all of those points in or topping the leaderboard. So this is also one of the things, and one of the teams rather, that they need to look out for. Meanwhile, for Osja, they're pushing through with that battle with our RNG. Nathan pushing a bit forward so that he could be quite nearer to our Osja top, or he is just roaming around and circling to find where the Osja players are at exactly. Meanwhile, for our OF, they're still in the same spot wherein they are still quite near to our Generation X and even our GG. But for BG now, we have all the players also staying around the area of ban, and no one is around the area, so they are still quite safe.
Yeah, still quite safe for now. For BG, they're currently right around this is the higher ground of Ban area. This is one of those compounds wherein it's really hard to push, especially if you don't have any vehicles. But if you do have a vehicle, definitely you can. But for Paradise Esports, they have this, I believe so, Coupe RB, but it's rolling down the hill. And then another one is the buggy here from Honda. And if you noticed, Aya, Honda is now playing instead of the other players of Paradise Esports. So it looks like they already found their comfort lineup. And once they find it, then maybe we can, see a much different Paradise Esports here in week number 2. And remember, Aya, if you remember day number 3, they were like kind of like on that last final push
Yep.
to get onto the top 16, but it's just way too late for Paradise Esports. So for this week, they cannot afford that kind of mentality for them to qualify into the top 16 going in to the super weekend for week number 2.
Yep, they cannot remain with the same mindset and the same strategies that they had for week number 1, because apparently it's not as effective into getting into the super weekend. So now they have the best of the chances and opportunities to actually make things different this time around. But speaking of different, we have a different circle going on to the northern side, comprising of the area of Cow, Paradise Resort, and a bit of those waters, which will probably give them a bit of that struggle once that circle ends in that spot. But here ending NX Superboy would be our SG Lucy. SG Lucy, though, received that same treatment coming in from our Nexus Vanguard's 1-for-1 trade is what we are seeing. But MM holds that frag grenade to secure and wanting to secure that frag, or rather that elimination. But Superboy is still up and alive and crawling back in order for the rest of the team to revive him. But NB Foxy starts that battle with a YG Murnut boy and even ends his life.
And YG will lose 1. For now, both sides, they will be able to keep the players. Looks like they canceled out the revive, which is now picking up a nade. Ooh, actually spots! Ooh, look at that! In that, I believe so, crevice. Ooh, for Loki was that trying to look at. Geraldo will go for the gunfire as he knocks down Super Loki. Gerald will go down as well. But here comes Joji now going for the push. But here comes the backup here from Silent God from the backside. And this is Miner now, who will be pressured by Nexus Vanguard as they survive Aya, even without eliminating one of their players.
That is a very close call, and that was a good one coming in from our Nexus Vanguards. But here, not a good one coming in from NBXZ11 as he will be spotted by YG Romy Boy with that S12K and will go for that confirm. And as we were speaking about our Paradise Esports earlier on, they are now battling out with our PBMS and even got Monboy in the process. Carido will go for that revenge and takes down one of our PG. But for OF and GX, they're going for that exchange, and it seems like both of them has dealt some enough damage onto both teams.
Well, for right now, Generation X, they're looking at OF, and it's been OF trying to backstab them, but looks like they're now side by side each other. So for Generation X, they would have to be careful. They will have to just be ready with their guns so that they can just fire at will whenever they see the enemy. But for Paradise Esports, I'm not so sure tanking the blue zone right now, probably because of this battle against, if I'm not mistaken, this is PBMS. Am I right, Aya?
Yep, they actually battled with PG earlier on, and look at this, more bullets will be thrown onto PBMS, and that is actually Pretzel right now on the receiving end, and that knocked him out. So 2 players are left for the PBMS, now going for that quick reset so that they would not be pushed down even further. And Sizer now just trying to get nearer to their spot, but I think they have different plans in mind and is now prioritizing getting inside of this circle. But that was a good battle from the end of our PG, because they are one of the bottom teams and they are battling it with our PBMS, and even was able to get one of their players.
Yeah, and here comes Pretzel, who just, commented in our live chat in the blue app. But look at this, 2-1-4. Mitchie's all alone. It's going to be 2 players against Mitchie.
Ooh.
And he's going to be battling against 2 of them. That's way too much for Mitchie. He goes down as Claire goes for the drop shot. Here comes now Kree. And now the gunshot from a different angle coming from the right-hand side of our screens. This is going to be WOM. And now they're kind of pinned down Aya. They do have vehicles, so try to escape. But then again, the angles are just so much prepared to KHI right now for the side of 214. 4 now. Maybe go for a trade. Oh, there you go.
Ooh.
Claire goes down now as he gets headshot by. And now here comes Mix. Looks like the comms straight. B2 players coming in from this side. With flags with the noticeable A action. Tries to follow it up to another player, which is Kree. Lion and Kree goes down. Whoa, and cannot really help out 214. As we now on to the other side of things, that's OF and GOA. Get back, hit. Astro just waiting at the corners. With SLK, he actually tries to heal up. Ooh, he's actually goes down because of the players outside. And now for OF, they go down 1 by 1, Aya. And only going to be left with one player, that is Nax from a far side.
Yep, and he is also going to be facing it with our Austria Esports. That will be Nangex eliminating the rest of our on fire. Unfortunately, their fire was put off, and now putting off onto Jackson would be Austria at the same time. So Austria is on different places right now, and they're battling with different players. So Nangex now would move a bit forward, rather backward, so that he could have a better spot before the rest of Austria Esports. They are with our Generation X right here, and they're going to be outside of our next circle. So let's see if they're still going to stay there, or will they prioritize getting us out of the circle first. But it seems like Austria would want to take out the rest of GX.
Go for GOA now. Next target will be Austria. Ooh, as Coca-Cola will be hit by Ranzer by Austria. Honda will actually now die in the blue zone. Ooh, but Nang X with that AUG able to pound on the player of GOA, and now Pacquiao is getting hit. Up the nade actually for Nang X. He drops him down with a frag. Clay Jr. goes down as well as Top was able to get a goal. Now Rex will be the last guy for GOA. One player goes down. That's Dukdiko, who is now back in action. Remember, over weekend, Dukdiko and Jane did not play for Austria. But looks like they're now back here as the grenade elimination now gets confirmation for Dukdiko. They're now looking for Rex. It's going to be a 1v1 against Top, but looks like there you go. The confirmation onto Clay Jr. Is just not moving at all. For now, surrounded by the players of Austria Esports. But look at this one, third party from a far distance. Claude gets top down, and now all eyes on Claude. So this gives Rex some space for him to escape.
Definitely, he still has a bit of that ample time to escape and bail out from that situation. Everyone, though, would need to get inside the circle, because as we have peeked in the circle earlier on, that was only a few players inside, and the rest are going to be coming from the southern side. So they need slowly but surely get inside the safe zone if they would really want to survive this battle for the state number 4. And with several more teams outside, that would really add up to the damage that they could be taken. But here we have your Goa KS4 who taking all those bullets coming in from Austria Nang X, and that's knocked out onto their end. GX Log, though, will be trying to survive this battle all on his own.
Well, Dukdiko is now back for Austria. Let's see if he can make an impact, a big impact for Austria. On the kill feed, though, WOM still fighting, even though it's all alone, as he drops one player off from Yagon Galacticos. But here comes Paradise Esports, still left with 2 players. Claude now will actually spot them out. Ooh, gets those damage in with 1 HP left on that guy. And that is Backiem, who's now out in the open. Now, Claude! Oh my god! Look at that, Aya. Claude just went on Super Saiyan mode.
Yup, that was indeed a Super Saiyan mode. Even eliminating 2 players in front, I was just really speechless, because he was on the verge of losing his life and losing the chance of the full team of Generation X, but he managed to deal with that situation single-handedly, eliminating 2 players in front. So kudos to GX Squad for actually making that happen. Here though, let's see if NB Yahiko would be able to do the same thing in front of a full squad, this time for San Rossja Esports, but on to the other areas of our Sanhok map. That would be BG Lil Yatka being taken down by our team Max. And would they want to go for more? Probably they would, because we have our Master Ichi being knocked down by Max Yu.
Burmese goals right now has to defend. Coronai now is actually cooking up. And here's the gunshot. He has the view. He has the option to throw that nade. And there you go. The knockdown happens. Now you will be the last guy left. I think that's it. That's it for Burmese goals. It was unknown who was left, actually. For Team Max, it was you who did the damage there. But the circle now goes to Cow. And this is where 214 would usually nearby dropped. And it's just very confusing to see that it's only just one player left for them, Aya. And by the way, look at this. The rotation of PBMS coming from the bottom side of the map. They're now on the top side. And they're still complete. They're still not complete, but with 3 players still left. Ooh. And Yaiko try best, but the SLK is just too much. Newborns will be dying in the process. Ostja, they will still have time, Aya, to make the revive.
They can still go for that revive right here, but for PBMS, that would be PBMS Pretzel being spotted, and that Super Saiyan player coming in from GX Claude will now be picked off as well, together with the rest of our Generation X. And 214 Wowen, being the last guy here, is still trying his best to eliminate those players that is within his range. But those teams inside, speaking of range, we have your Rangers, we have your YG and 214. But it's just very tricky for the circle ending in this spot, because a bit of those waters of Cow, a bit of those land areas, it would just bring everyone so much of that struggle.
Right now, the left here alive. Still on top of that hillside. He will be alone for now. But looks like Ostja will have the same idea now. Say Cloud, go for a spray. Ooh, actually they will go to the warehouse area, as they will now join in the fun here at Cow. KHI though will be at the edge of the east side part of the circle. And they dive down the waters. Blanks will go down. And more than likely will be confirmed by one of these players who are inside Cow. The Pico will die in the process, by the way. The confirmation onto Smile of YG. So it's only going to be Top, who is now going for the healing game.
Oh, they need to heal indeed, because we only have our Nanghex preparing that nade onto our RNG. But with that molly being thrown to him, he was very lucky that that did not damage him in that moment. But for YG Say Cloud, they're all trying their best to take down the player of the KHI. Blank will be spotted, will be seen by PBMS Caddy, but with that nade coming in from Jappy, that is actually the same nade that will damage him in that moment. Ostja will now be eliminated from the hands of our Yang and Galactus, now leaving us with 6 teams. Rangers has a good fight here in this match number 1. They could take this chicken dinner home.
Yeah, they can probably do that. But look at this. Migs right now will just be a fish in the ponds of Cow. Demius also will get spotted over there. He's down to low HP, I believe so. And he doesn't have any option to go for the heal. He has to go on land in order for him to heal up. And YG is just very smart here with their just going for the rooftops of the houses of Cow. Now the nade coming in from PBMS. Looks like they're going to go for an attack. Demios actually is already down. But more than likely, Aya, if he goes up at these beaches around Cow, he will get spotted by Young and Galacticos. Oh, look at that. Coronai got pressured in. No way to go with that molly and the frag grenade. They're now down and out. And by the way, look at Scotty. Scotty has 5 eliminations so far for this team.
Oh, nice one for Scotty. And we are looking at those eliminations on the right side. YG also with 6 kills as a full team. They are on fire as we start our week number 2. And by the looks of it, they have sort of an advantage controlling this area of our zone, and as he blind fires those area of the waters, probably he's thinking that Migs was there, but now that he is spotted, Migs doesn't have any other choice but to try to dive deeper into the waters, which will cost him his breath. But for PBMS Ryman, he is now trying his luck onto knocking down those players of YG who are at a very good spot as of this moment.
Now the nades are coming in from PBMS. They're now trying to make a push. And that is all because Aya, that they are pinned down on the outskirts of the northern side of the circle. They can't even get in. Oh, actually they did. Scotty just forcefully got in, but Jibna spots him down. And now he needs help as Ryman is now setting up smokes. Ryman is actually going to get hit as well, as the nade will be coming from... Oh, actually the nade also from Nathan eliminates PBMS. And we're now down to 4. It is an urban warfare circle. As right now, RNG, KHI, YG, and 214. Surprisingly, Aya, KHI made their way through the inside of the circle. How in the world were they able to get inside?
Yep, that was very quick, and nobody else didn't actually notice what they did. So that was really on point for KHI, Migs, and Demius. Their stealthy moves really made them inside of our circle. With 2 and 4 though, one more stealthy move that we have here is coming in from Woem, as he also is still alive even despite being a lone ranger throughout the past stages. Now we are hearing all of those bullets coming in from YG, coming in from RNG, but the rest are quite quiet. With a push though coming in from YG, we have Redemius receiving half of his life coming in from YG. Master Smile with that nade coming in from Jappy, with that third party knocking down Migs. We only have here Demius, and with that follow-up coming in from YG, Master Smile that probably just dealt a bit of that damage, but the rest are still quite alive. And with that surprise attack coming in from Demius, Master Smile will be taken, but with the final blow in that game, we have here the rest of KHI being eliminated, and with the Spider-Man skills from RNG onto the side of this house, they're now here in the middle. YG versus RNG.
Oh, and Romeo Boy goes down and out. It's now a 3v1 situation. St. Cloud will be the last guy left. Who actually sees Nathan out, but he's gonna be gunned down by the 3 players of Rangers as they take the first Sanhok of the week, kind of like what they did in the last week and the first week of the group stage. Rangers has that momentum now going into the... Let's see if they can continue on with this.
Let's see that later on. But again, kudos to our team RNG or Rangers for getting our first chicken dinner for today. If this will really be the starter of their push for week number 2, that would be good for our Rangers. But let's see if they will actually be consistent throughout our week number 2. But for now, again, that was a whopping and exceptional performance coming in from our team Rangers, Jibna, Nathan, Jappy, and Range.
Well, it's just map number 1. Let's just hold our horses here, Aya. Jappy with 3 eliminations, Nathan with 1, 3 from Range, and then 2 from Jibna. You know what? I think the secret to success of Rangers, who was formerly known as Harami Bro, I think their secret is for them to be alive in the final moments of every single game.
Yep.
During week number 1, Aya, there are a couple of times, or like a few times actually, that they had only like 2 players left, or maybe even 1 player left in the last moment of the game. So if they can manage at least 4 or maybe 3 players in the last moment of every each game, then it's gonna be way more of an advantage onto Rangers, because sometimes their firepower is just not too much for the opposing squad. But for now, let's try to watch on our highlights. And we are back for the match rankings. Amazing highlights that we saw there. Rangers getting their winner chicken dinner here in map number 1. With that win, they got 4 points to 14 for Yangon Galacticos, 9 for Austria, 8 for KHI, PBMS, 8 points as well together with Team Max, then 7 for 214 and GX with 6. And again, it's very surprising to see us in the top 5, knowing that they rotated all the way from the bottom side of the map to the northern side. But again, the circle was not within their reach, and it was and they were way out in the open area when they tried to get in, and they were just bombed Team Rangers. And that's probably why as well that Rangers got those eliminations and got the winner chicken dinner.
My mic is off now. I'm back. We have our top 4 teams here in that match number 1. We have our RNG being the first, YG on the second, Austria on the third, and KHI on the fourth. And these first 3 teams really had a lot of eliminations and damage dealt inside of the game. 9 for RNG, 8 for YG and Austria, and for KHI, although that was just 4, probably their damage was higher than those others, so they have here 865. But overall, that was indeed a very good match for the side of our Rangers.
Well, for Rangers, again, I already mentioned about how they will play every single game. But for now, let's talk about Jappy. Who's been fairly quiet in week number 1. We need something out of Jappy in this week so that they can continue on with this dominating gameplay. 3 eliminations for him with a 652 damage, 231 damage taken, 33% team contribution with 2218 survival time. And on top of Nathan's very good performance of week number 1, like what I said, Jappy needs to continue being that Jappy that we know of last year. And that's probably why they even qualified in the EWC or the PMWC last year. So let's see if he will make this consistency for the bigger maps as we are now heading towards Erangel.
So we are gonna have 3 more Erangel maps for today. We are already finished with our Sanhok game, and we are gonna end, of course, with 2 Miramar matches, the usual that we have and we have had for the previous seasons here in PMCL. So now we will anticipate who will be the teams who are going to get that Erangel matches as their first chicken dinner for week number 2.
Well, first chicken dinner again, Aya. We did made some history here last week. The first chicken dinner of the week was with Rangers. Will it be the same for this day? Last week it was Team Max who got the win in match number, and it was Max, GG, and then KHI for the first 3 Erangel maps, and then for Miramar it was BG and Sin. Groupings for today, Aya. It was A, B, C, and D earlier on, but this time around, it is going to be still A, B, C, and D.
So we are going to see the same set of teams that we have seen for match number 1, and we are going to have those different teams get in by match number 3, and some would be resting coming in from match 1 and 2. So we will see if their time in game 1 and game 2 will be enough for them to sustain the points that they are going to have throughout the rest of this day. But before that, for everyone who's watching, don't forget to like and follow PUBG Mobile Esports and PUBG Mobile, and try to share the live as well, as we are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and yeah, we hope to see you in the comments so that we can read and shout out those later on.
Yeah, there are some few watching from, I believe so, this is from Japan. And her name is Miu. And she was saying good evening. So
good evening.
Yeah, I tried to translate the the characters. I don't know how to speak Japanese. And also, by the way, I want to do a shout out to Izat Nabdul.
Oh, shout again.
Yeah,
he's always so present.
Yeah, thank you so much for we're taking our shot every single time we do the shoutcast for the English broadcast for the PMCL region. And also, I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that, or I did mention that you'll be happy with the My Day stories he's posting, and
Yep.
he did mention that you are always happy. Are you always happy, Aya?
Oh, yes. Right now, most especially that I've fully moved on, I'm now much more happier with life together with my family and with my friends.
That's
How
good.
about you? Are you happy right now?
Definitely, I'm very happy with the current state that I am in right now. But for now, Aya, looks like we're gonna have fun for match number 2. So let's go on a break here. We'll see you
Mm-hmm.
soon. By the time that we start match number 2.
And we are here entering match number 2 with just less than a minute before we start. Hopefully, we and all the teams have had a good warm up during the first map of the day, which was in the map of Sanhok. Now, things are going to be much more different than that match. So, looking forward if it's gonna favor those teams who are coming from either Myanmar, or will it be favoring the teams coming in from Cambodia or even from Laos, Singapore, or will it again be a chicken dinner for the Philippines? So they all need to stretch, they need to shake, and they need to try to get ready before we start because we have a few more seconds. Once again, this is PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer 2025, and we are now entering Erangel map.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are flying in match number 2 coming your way. Again, this match is brought to you by our phone sponsor. Get your own right now. The Common 40 5G phone is available in your local retail stores. For now, the flight path coming from the western side of Quarry, going to the Stalber area. This is not a circle, or this is not a flight path that is for Nextguard. And GOA. GOA goes to Sovsnovka Island, and then Novo for Nexus Vanguard. Same goes to Sin Esports area, because they go to this. This is going to be a long way for Sin Esports, who might go to dropping spot, but they sometimes they get vehicles and they try to fight for these vehicles surrounding the flight path.
So we will see later on what would be their plans right here, given that that plane path is quite far from their original dropping point. We now have to see where would the first circle go. Will it be going to the northern side? Will it again be an SMB circle? Or will it be a Jorgopol circle? Or even a Gatka circle? But now as they're all still preparing, that will just be in the middle of the areas of Erangel, and almost everyone will be quite safe and will be inside of that safe zone. So not much movement is needed from most of the teams, except the likes of GG and 214, a bit of YG and a bit of newborns, but the rest are safe as of this moment.
Yep, safe and sound as of this moment. GOA just drop around the northern side of the left side bridge. Oh, look at this. OF and PG, Honda,
Ooh.
and Zero, just right beside each other. Zero is actually on a disadvantage here, all because of the SKS that he has. And then Honda has the Honey Badger, which is, for me, stronger when it comes to CQC versus an SKS. So, not really sure that is now bailing out. Looks like he's trying to make sure that he will be alive for later on. He will be picked up by his teammate VacKM as they try to get away from that L location or L compound. I call it the L compound. I would call it.
Mm, um, I don't have an exact name to call that one, but we always call it somewhere near the apartments area. Because we also always go to that spot whenever there are a lot of teams in apartments. That would be our second option to go to, and that is usually where the recall spots or the recall spot is at. So yep, a very strategic location when you are in the classic matches. But for YG though, as I've mentioned, half of them are going to be outside the circle and half would be inside, but not much of a problem, not much of a trouble, because they are just a few, probably 100 meters before entering our first safe zone. And they have all of the time in the world to loot those areas and they could maximize those spots. But look at this, top 5 elims as of now. We have our PBM Scatty, Aljanang X, YG Smile, RNG, Jappy, and GX Claude Cutie. But in the process that I was talking about, that we have one knockdown actually onto the side of 214.
For having still the struggles from week one, number 2, but they actually make it count during the super weekend, and that's the most important thing. I just need to make that, top 16 place where they got in last week. So let's see if that's going to be a strategy for 214. You don't really have to, do well for the first 3 days, but once you get the league rank points, then you can be sure you're going to be playing in the grand finals. So for Kree, not so sure if he's going to get revived by his teammate, but looks like he will now, as Lion and OM is now going to his location. And speaking of the circle right now, it's just centering right around the areas of where Paradise Esports is at, together where Rangers has already rotated to. So GOA, I'm pretty sure that they're just making the most out of this location right now, especially that the loot will be very much, a lot for them to be able to bring to the circle, and they can just probably just stay in the bottom side of the circle first as they try to get into the zone. But for Jarl, looks like he's gonna try to get this area where there's a lot of ridge to work on. Silent Gods, though, the rest is just looking for a better place to stay. As for Nexus Vanguard, they have looted around the Milta area, and I believe so that they have done this because, again, the flight path is too far. And if I'm not mistaken, Aggressive Fight is the one at this spot, and Aggressive Fight is at the other group, which is Group E. And Sin also is actually together with TTQ and S69, so it's very open for them to loot the Milta area.
Really all for themselves as of currently. So that is something that they need to be thankful for, because no one is contesting their grounds. Although 4-hour Silent Gods are just roaming around the map, just going to different locations. And actually earlier on there was one team that was shooting on them, but at least they were able to survive that moment. And as they are almost approaching this spot where Jixlot is at, they need to be extra careful, because they might get the surprise attacks in no time. And look at this, SG Miner actually pushing forward, and they will go for that crash with the those blitz connecting. GX Squad will take that knockdown onto SG Lucy, and that is actually
Oy!
our first blood right here. But with that karma in front of Claude, that would be one player of SG now knocking him down. GX Coca-Cola is also spotted, and with this early clash, we have both teams having those struggles, and
Ooh,
with that
wow!
nade, SG Miner knocking down Isis. This is really a difficult one for Side of GX, but they're still trying their best to survive, and one more will be taken from our SG, now down to a 1v1 situation. That DBS versus an M416, and what a clutch coming in from MM versus Generation X.
Oh, but here comes the third party, Aya. Here comes a new challenger,
Ooh.
OF. Now comes in, and the SG now is left with only 2. Miner will be able to heal himself out. Nox now crashed in. Nadi also comes in. Now MM picking up the nade. Will it connect though? No, it will not. He will now recook another nade. As Nox right now will try to cook up that nade. Will try to... Ooh! Actually, overthrew that nade. And now he drops MM with a TBS. Ooh, and then there we go. That's it. Silent Gods will be defeated as OF has all of the angles. And even though the Silent Gods did get eliminated, they got 4 eliminations in their bag. So for me, that's good for Silent Gods.
Still something, but it's of course quite unfortunate because they managed to clutch their way versus our GX, but eventually they also lost following our GX. So again, that is looking at the brighter side. They had 4 eliminations, but here not so bright of a side as 214 Crete got knocked down with that vehicle collision coming in from our Austria Esports, which is Nang X. But with the shift of the zone that we have here, almost everyone is in again, but the rest needs to enter probably on the northwestern side so that they would not be gate kept by those who are already guarding the southern side of the circle.
For right now, Honda on the kill feed drops Itchy from Burmese Goals. As Austria right now is trying to loot up, trying to replenish all the items that they need. Nang X is already done. And for Paradise Esports, they're just rotating in. They came from apartment buildings at school. And looks like they're now going to the ruins area. Or probably at Watertown. And by the way, Aya, did you know that there are rumors about Watertown being updated in the next update?
Oh, really? I haven't heard of that. What kind of update will be done?
It will be called a different name now, Aya. There will be a new name for Watertown. For the viewers, you probably know already the rumors about Watertown update, but look at this one now. Claire just dived in, made his Dasha or Kupar be a submarine for now. Superboy gets dropped together with Davan by Ranzer. And I'm not sure if Newborns has the of KHI. Davan will be confirmed. As GOA now try to get closer. Oh, he actually rammed his buggy down onto WTZ, but he has to be careful though, because he might get sprayed down by a player who's far away. But now here comes Austria. A lot of near engagements, Aya. This one, for sure, they will have to engage with each other. Ryman drops KS4 Who. On X now will try to get in. That's what Kehan had. Monboy goes down on the kill feed. Will be eliminated right away by Ngapek Cow. As Superboy will be eliminated as well by GOA. GOA making this one a really good in this matchup. A nade coming from GG. No go for them. Ooh, but there comes a gunshot from a different angle. Top and now X needs to move. Boyshan now move. There we go. The knockdown happens. 2 already down. 3 already down for Austria. The Pico will be the last guy left. It tries to go for the spray, but it doesn't make it count. As Nangax will be naded. Oh no, it was by Nathan. As next is also stealing all of these kills from GG Esports. Dokdigo will try to hide for now. Nexus Vanguard is on their upper side on the mini map. Top, most likely Aya won't get revived anymore.
A lot is happening right here, Kuku. We have here the challengers of our GG and our Austria, and that moment wherein NX joined, and even those bullets of our RNG that made Austria Dokdiko survive a few more moments here inside of the map. Although Austria is now being confirmed one by one, Dokdiko needs to hide very, very well and needs to pray that other teams would challenge our GG, just like our Go actually passing by, but not really joining this engagement. So this is going to be a 1v situation right in front of the Pico. Will he be able to take one of our players from GG, or will it be his last breath? And that is the latter part, because that is the end of our Austria Esports in the hands of our Good Game Esports. That had been quite a long ride for both the teams, but now the point goes to GG.
And now look at this. GOA already has a total of 2 eliminations so far. Super Lops XZ11. By the way, Pacquiao is already done for this game. And he actually was the one who got 2 eliminations. KHI now. Not so sure where Claire is. Did he die? No, he did not.
Sure.
So he just swimming still, because remember, he was the one who died to those nearby newborns.
Yep.
He's just probably just making his way out of that. Junior goes down on the feed. Romeo gets that knockdown. EMS now is still trying to get into the playable area. They're still in the blue zone. As of the moment, they hear the vehicles coming from Rangers. Nathan is just right near the area. And here is again the secret weapon of Monboy. This is the hovercraft, which is now being driven by Ryman, because Monboy is already down and out. And looks like PBMS will now take the bottom side of the circle.
Ooh, but right here we have here a battle between BG and PG. So both of these teams are now in front of each other, and they already took down 2 of the players of our Paradise Esports, but not enough for them, or rather make that, yes, a confirmation to both players of PG. But still, we have 2 strong players being left onto the side of our Paradise Esports, but make that one less. Coming in from BG, Lil Yatka securing those points onto back him, although he is just knocked down. Honda is quite far for him to be reviving his teammates, and even spots Godspeed in that moment wherein he dealt a bit of that damage unknown though, and Itchy goes for that push onto his spot, trying to pin him down onto those broken walls behind him, and with that shotgun knocking down, and not only a knockdown, even taking unknown with him, and one more would be Master Itchy. BG Honda is doing it, and this is now trimmed down to a 1v2 situation.
All alone is Honda. Ooh, look at that. Splash damage to the top of the head of Yatka. And Yatka right now down to low HP. Another nade coming from Honda. And Bakiem is just providing the information where Yatka is currently at. Another nade. Just a splash damage onto Yatka. He was able to heal for a little bit already. All because of that full boost bandages being taken by Yatka. But looks like there's no more nades left. Oh, he actually got nades left. Oh, there you go. Nice. From Honda. He is now able to drop one. And Yatka will just provide information, kind of like what Bakiem is doing right now so far. And here comes Team Max flying too. The covers of Nexus Vanguard, Joji and WTZ will be out. Trezzy will get a revive from his teammate, as Super Loki will try to go for the suppressing fire from Nexus Vanguard. But here comes the sandwich. GG Esports now coming in with those nades.
Ooh.
They need to be careful. Molotov also will be coming in. But good thing they had those covers. Oh no, I think that was an almost knockdown, but good thing they were able to survive all of those utilities.
With that makeshift red zone, all of those bullets, all of those nades, all of those mollies being bombarded onto them, that is quite difficult to survive, but still, they are surviving, and let's see how long will they be able to stretch their lives inside of the game. But with BG Honda, again, a grenade illumination, so he was able to trim it down to a 1v1 situation, so very commendable of a Honda right here, and let's see whose shotgun will actually win the battle.
Yeah, whose shotgun will be better. SAT-97 versus SAT-97 and Godspeed! With a Godspeed shotgun to the face of Honda. And look at how quick he did that loot. And now, he's now gonna try to get inside together with Super Loki. Now he's already inside together with Team Max. Burmese Goals is left with 1. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard. He's just hiding behind these ruins area. As we're gonna have a circle in the ruins. And currently right now, Team Max is still alive with 3. And they survived those utilities from Nexus Vanguard and GG Esports. Now Godspeed now. Try to get into the eastern side of the circle. Looks like he has scouted. Ooh, tries to drift. He's scouted that there's a lot of spaces to stay in. Reddit discovers here in the ruins.
But probably will not be so enough later on, as those are broken walls in front of him. But here, let's see who will be broken as we finish these battles. KHI took down YD Murnut Boy earlier on, but they are now dealing it with our OF. So 2 players are up and alive. The 3 players of KHI are here going for that nade. Would be Migs. Will that land perfectly? That is what we are going to have. So PBM Scatty, though, will be spotted by one of the players of our GG, and the other is already struggling, and the rest of BBMS are now cleared out here in match number 2. Force out of on fire, though. They are quite on fire with that very quick reflex and a reset. Now up with 4 players strong. So that would not be so easy for a KHI later on to deal with, because they were able to take down 2 earlier on, but now it is again back to a full squad.
And look at that circle, Aya. It's just an open area circle. And some of the areas in that circle, I mean, it has some ridge to lean on, where Goa and 214 is already at. So I'm not so sure where the others would try to get in now. Maybe they will try to use their vehicles as cover for later on. So those are the things that these pro players will try to think of on how to survive in this game. Because again, survival is the name of the game. But for now, look at this. As OF is still waiting for KHI to push. Now Claire just look at Take Cloud, wanting to go for that burst fire of the AUG. But there you go. Take Cloud spots 0. Now he spots on KHI. Wow, nice spray down through the smoke onto Demios. Now the blue zone will also have IG. Claire will be finished by XZ11, and there's only 1 player left remaining, and that is Migs, who is trying to heal up. And now being native, Demios will die in the weather with the flanks. Now Migs got to get up. He knocks zone down, but it's going to be wide off. And now next target will be OF. 1 is ready, there left remaining. OF on the kill feed. Godspeed still making his way through with on their team, knocks down one of the players.
It might have been a bliss for the side of Young Galactica, seeing everything unfold in front of them. Our OF, our KHI, they just had all of those chances to take them all out, to wipe them all out. But here, wiping out our NB is actually BG Godspeed joining in the fun, although OF will now be eliminated in those moments. We still have your NBXZ11. The last player left was just spotting our team Max, but the final player, final strong player of Burmese Goals has been spotted too, and that is the same thing that happened for our NX Super Loki will be taken. NBXXY though needs to go for that reverse and find a better spot right here, but RNG range taking down the rest of our Goa. It seems like the Rangers are now getting back on track and getting back their strength that they had for the previous seasons of our PMCL, and by the looks of it, they would want to take another winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, looks like they were able to find a way here. Again, Range, one of the best IGLs in the business today here in PUBG Mobile Esports, especially in this region. As GG now is trying to gatekeep Team Max, trying to get into the circle. And I believe so, that they're still within the circle. Look at the mini-map right now. Ooh, that's just so good for Team Max. Newborns is trying to spray them down. You will be the last member for Team Max, and you just hiding behind the broken castle of the ruins. I mean, he does have the Murado. He can probably take it for later on and maybe try to get into the zone. But he's also getting some shots, so the Murado is taking a ton of damage and can explode in just a few seconds. But for now, looks like newborns. We'll try to take now the smoke. Maybe. Oh, actually, he's trying to get the revive. Oh, Nathan, though, will be spotted by Boy Sean as XZXY now revive. So that's a clutch revive from XZ11.
He is still able to go for that reset together with the rest of our newborns. But for everyone who are inside of the game, GG's. This is the first time, I believe, here, of course, in week number 2, but they are really very explosive and they would want to take more of those elimination points. So look at this, NB versus Team Max, and this is the final player, and he was able to clutch his way out, clearing our 2 players from the newborns, and now we are down to 5 teams and 12 players inside of the match. GG Kaya spots RNG Jibna and will force him out of his vehicle and even going for that knockout.
GG's smell of Rangers. Rangers will be the last member for RNG. And actually getting the out from Kaya. Good thing he was able to find a cover. He's still intact, still in the circle. Ooh, unfortunately got spotted. All because of that explosion. Rangers will finally be out in this matchup with 4 eliminations at 5th, and now this might be a YG game because they got the best of the circle right now. Straight at the middle, Aya is their target. But Team Max will finally be out. 3 teams remain. GG and 214 still alive. And we have a 3v3v3.
Very interesting right here. It will all just boil down to whose strategies would be much effective and who will be much favored by that next circle. YG, Romeo Boy, together with SayCloud, Master Smile, just finding better spots as they all know that this will be quite an open area. They are prioritizing getting those trees right in front because nothing else will be covering them for later on. Probably this rock could also be of help later, but for 214 they are quite lucky because they still have this compound onto their side and even knocking down Boyishan, a bonus for 214.
Yeah, bonus for 214. But again, the performance of 214 is just way underwhelming. Only 1 elimination so far. And now here comes SayCloud. Oh, the nade from Romeo Boy. He was the one giving information. SayCloud is, as Kaya right now will try to stand up, but then GG Esports will finally be eliminated with 9 eliminations. They have an advantage here. I'm talking about 214 because they're now going for those revives. Now spot SayCloud and Lion so far going for location. Those are made out. Next to Lion. Looks like they're gonna focus first on Lion. They're gonna try to pin him down. Michi is actually way out of coverage area. He doesn't have any view of YG.
Not the best positioning for him, but with his nade coming in from YG that almost damaged our 214 Lion. Good thing that he was able to escape those shrapnels that had thrown, that had exploded from that frag grenade. Look at this, 1 HP left for YG's SayCloud, and that was the closest close fight that we have seen so far. Master Smaldo would go for that rotation, trying to go for that fast and quick reset onto Romeo, but 214 Woem tries to reposition himself onto a higher spot that could possibly be seen by our YG. SayCloud being lever to his spot right here with this 2v3 situation. Not looking so good for 214 given the distance that they have here. I'm not quite sure what kind of gameplay that they would want to pull off.
OM now cooking up a nade. This will be targeted onto Master Smile with a connect. Nope. He just overthrows that nade out. Oh, OM though will be spotted by Smile and got naded down by Yangon Galacticos. So it's now going to be a 1v3 situation. Mitchie versus all Galacticos. He tries to spray them down using the Scar He actually gets the knockdown first. He's now going to be able to probably heal up for now. Cloud or Master Smile will try to throw another nade. Those nades by Master Smile is just on point today, as he now tries to back out, goes towards.
Oh no!
Oh, what happened? He actually went on top of the care package, tries to get more information, as Mitchie now throws every single utility that he has against YG. Still a 2v1. Cloud is just providing all of the information needed by Smile and Romeo. OM also doing the same thing from the behind. So Mitchie right now has all of the information, but here comes K. YG wins the second map of the day with that dominating win against 214.
And that is a good one coming in from our young Galacticus. They managed to make their way through despite those early knockouts and now surviving, and not only surviving but getting that winner chicken dinner. For side of our 2-4 though, I believe that was not the strongest formation that they can pull. That just really started their downfall, which gave more time and more space for young Galacticus to maximize their gameplay inside of the game. So kudos again to our YG for getting that chicken dinner and a lot of elimination points.
And you know what, these teams who are getting dinners, the first couple of matches that we have, these are, champions, former champions, and I think champion right now, GG, who basically dominate the whole map itself just with those right positioning, right picks of whoever comes to their way first, and they try to eliminate them one by one. And look at the performance of Cloud eliminations, even though that he's the one getting knocked down by these other squads. He's the one making those knockdown count. He's the one making those elimination count. He's kind of like the tank Galacticos.
Yep, that is what we have seen throughout that game, although they lost one of their players. But now let's first see what else happened during that match number 2. And those were our highlights for match number 2. And the points that translated into that was our YG getting 18, GG getting 14, Max getting 11, 214 getting 9, RNG getting 7, BG with 6, NB with 4, and our Goa with 4 as well. So we just have seen how YG was dominant with the number of eliminations. GG actually had a bit more higher with 9, and next to them would be our Rangers with 7. Before our Silent Gods, we have 4 elimination points for them. NX with 3, tied up with OF, and PG 2 for KHI, together with Osja, and 1 each for PBMS and GX. I believe this is just one of the very few moments that we do not have teams getting 0 points. At least that is something for everyone here, and they're not going to go home with none for match number 2.
Well, match number 2 is now, and we've seen the teams played in the bigger map. But the thing is, Aya, On the next Erangel map, we're gonna have a different grouping. So for now, let's talk about the overall rankings. YG has taken over the number 1 spot. Again, this is not yet really what will happen for the rest of the week because it's just 2 maps of the day of week number 2. But I did pick the YG to be to be the best team for today. I remember the predictions, so
Yes.
I think they gave them the caster luck, I would say,
Yep.
as they are now on the top of the leaderboards. But RNG is still there. Team Max is there. 214 is doing well during the first couple of matches, but again, their performance when it comes to elimination, it has to improve.
Because as I've written down here, they were very consistent with their placement points, but not so much with their ranking points because they ended 4th on the first game and they ended 2nd onto the second game. So they really also need to balance it out and bank on with those elimination points. But for a start, this is something that 214 is actually being good at, which is getting those points from those good rankings. But speaking of rankings, we have our top 4 teams: YG, GG, Max, and 214 as of our game number 2. And again, as I've mentioned during those match points, 9 was taken by GG from the eliminations alone. But for our MVP, we have your YG Say Cloud with 5 eliminations and a whopping 996 total damage with 42% contribution and only 305 damage taken, and maximized his stay inside of the game. YG Say Cloud indeed was the key player and the key factor in order for them to get that winner chicken dinner for match number 2.
In my opinion, Aya, it was Smile who did the clutch right at the end.
Yes.
During that map number 2. Without Smile's frag grenade onto OM, then they go for the win against 214 Esports. But done with that. Still, we're gonna go through 2 more Erangel maps. Special shout out our viewers right now watching. There's a bunch of few who's cheering now. Squads here. There's also others from the Burmese side, from the Myanmar side. So shout out to everyone as well. Shikaina is still here watching the live again. Congratulations, marriage. So just got married is Shikaina. And then for the YouTube channel that we have, there's a bunch of YGs coming in to our YouTube channel. Guys, don't forget to subscribe and our pages in order for you to get more updates in regards to the PUBG Mobile Esports scene. Happening at the same time here is PUBG Mobile Super League in Southeast Asia, casted by Content Cash Bunny. So since right now there's no match yet on PMCL, might as well go to the channel and watch the PMSL Southeast Asia summer of 2025. Today is their first day, by the way.
Yep, I've also seen the post from Federalis saying that they are going to start their week number 1 in PMSL. But for now, before we start speaking off of our next game, let's go for a very short break while we all have a very, very short rest.
that Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
And we are now here after quite a long wait for everybody. This is match number 3 out of 20 for the rest of group stage week number 2, day number 1. And we are a few more seconds before we enter our second Erangel map for today. So let's look forward if who will be the teams who will get better points, and most especially those who are already cemented onto the lower portion of our scoreboard after those 2 matches. So for everyone who's watching, good evening, good morning from wherever you are watching this PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And now we are going to fly into the map of Erangel.
Third match here again is brought to you by Techno, or official partner for the PMCL Southeast Asia. Out of flight from eastern side of yes side out straight off the military base. And by the way, Aya, grouping can now get B, C, and E. So this means that Group B wing. And this means that got F and PG won't be playing for the Group E doing their first map of the day. NPTQ AF 69 will be playing match now together with the rest of the other teams played for match 1 and 2. And you can see this Galacticos is now taking first time that we're seeing taking this area.
Very interesting. Fourth side of our Yangon Galacticos. So let's see if this is going to be efficient for them as a full squad. Others though will drop to their designated dropping points in 2 and 4 taking SMB. We have our Nexus Vanguards taking over Ripnoia. Esports, of course, will go to the area of Multipower. And sort of a similar circle that we had, just centering around the middle portion of the main island of Erangel.
Toward Esports now taking the dropping point. GO again. This is good for 214, making those for every single game. Remember, GOA is not playing in this match. Yeah, good adjustment for 214. Them much more flexibility in terms of looting the area and at the same time for later on. The only thing that the later on Aya would be Nexus Vanguard because the area loot around Novo rep. No, for now, you are seeing KHI.
Ooh.
So well around. Claire right now has all up against and from behind Z11 getting the nade also will drop him. And here comes the cavalry. And drive by and run blanks and they take 2 early in this matchup. Aya first blood take blanks.
A good start coming in from our KHI. Will they be consistent? That is what we need to watch out for. But Envido lost already 2 of their players and they cannot afford to lose anymore. That's why they took this chance to bail out from the scene and in that engagement and encounter with our KHI. But I think they would still go with that push. Yes, and this is them versus Foxy right here, going into the museum. And as KHI Claire also moves his vehicle toward this spot, that is going to be so unfortunate of him because he will be spotted by NB Foxy. But with those final bullets that would connect onto our newborns together with NB Yahiko being dealt with by KHI Demias, an early out for the side of newborns.
KHI. I was just saying that they are earning. Then all of a sudden they responded. Quick by Crystal Hearts International Esports to get the full options. Now going here at Severny. Remember, as their rivals S69 now playing in this matchup. I believe so that S69 and over Severny.
They're now getting that spot right here. Look at this. GX Coca-Cola, though, taking his sweet time around the map, just using that bike. But that's going to be a long ride for later battles. But we have our top damage dealers for this game. We have our YG Cloud being on the number 1 with 1623, YG Smile, Max Mad Dog, YG Romeo Will A, and Max U. So far, 3 out of 4 players of Young Galacticus are our top damage dealers here in day number 1 of week number 2. So will this be the redemption period of our Young Galacticus? We are yet to know that for the rest of the days. But in terms of match number 1, or day number 1 rather, they are quite doing very well.
And GXX just there's Claude and I believe so I say for the side of for the I say is Ian. I say did play for Exquisite remember Exquisite Esports with the PMCL before.
Yes.
And I believe so it played for Built Esports. Remember those teams on the live chat? You can, tell us if you remember those teams. He basically played for those 2 previous teams before. And this is his first time playing for PMCL, so he's a rookie in the pro leagues. And so that he deserves because I know for sure in person, because I've seen him in person, he's small, but very good in playing PUBG Mobile.
Oh, I'm probably just like Kree. I haven't seen Isay, but I already have seen Kree. So are they of the same stature?
I believe so that I say it's smaller.
Oh, really? I haven't seen him yet, so let's look forward to seeing him in person. But for now, we have here the usual team, of course, to KHI, who did a very good job in handling and eliminating the rest of our newborn. So they have one kill each for the rest of the team. Will they be able to continue with this one? Will they be able to keep the momentum rolling? We are not yet so sure. But what we have here and what is sure right here is Nexus Vanguards is actually in front of our AF. And this is the first time that they will be playing right here. So let's look forward if they are going to do better than what they did during week number 1. Those spots RNG.
Trying to make a position just right below their dropping point. Pochinki. These are the higher grounds right nearby. Trying on Austria, who's just circling around with the buggy. The Pico is already with Z. And same goes to what RNG is doing, trying to scout the area. One place trying to be ready their gun. For now, it's all about the other squad's position. Jim does pull a grenade. Tries to throw one, and I believe Silranzer also threw one. But now, Jappy against 3 players of Snitch right now coming in. Jappy doesn't have it, on hand. Got hit. So left as he tries to push in. Snitch though will be from a different angle as he's taken down, and Jappy's still holding on. Aya, he's still alive.
He's still alive and he's trying his best to heal up as of that moment. RNG Rango will be taken by that DBS coming in from Nasser Ricks, and that will be a confirmation in an instant. RNG Jappy would want to throw that same frag grenade that damaged him coming in from in low. I'm low rather. I think this is the first time I'm seeing him here in this game. So that is him dealing a very huge damage onto Jappy, and now he is the one who is low. Dibna will be confirmed or will be knocked down at the same time. RNG Nathan, the final player for the side of our Rangers, is just hiding rather among these buildings and the houses in Pochinki area. So will he be spotted? We are not yet sure, but he probably needs to prepare in any case that they would go after him.
You know what, for RNG to do now is just hide in order for them to survive. So this is just Team Rangers as they were trying to get the higher grounds, then all of a sudden there's a third party from a different angle, a different position at the map. In the meantime, it's gonna be PBMS Monboy just firing his QBZ onto a different, not so sure who he's hitting against with, but they're getting some gunshots also from the bottom map. And I believe so. So the Axe and Sin that they're trying to. Oh, and now Mad Dog. Oh, he gets spotted, and Team Max may be confirmed by Sin.
Look at this. This is the first game of our City Sports for week number 2. And will they be able to have a good performance? Let's check that later on. But for now, they have one elimination for Wacko right here. And there's a targeting onto that team around the area. And they could probably get some more later on if that circle goes to their spot. But with YG, they're now trying to target our S69. And with this shift, just gently pushing everyone towards the center of the previous circle. Not much of a struggle, not much of a problem for everyone. So all they need to do is focus on the teams and opponents right in front of them.
And YG got the winner chicken in the previous. They're now trying to position. By the way, now getting two of Pochinki. That's why there's a lot of teams get to Pochinki, but it's probably gonna go to the northern. Most of the circle is on the northern side of. But let's see if the circle would still be later on. AF now, first time playing match, rotating in from the eastern circle. He just swung Potato Hill. We're able to get a compound here. The house. There's 2 and looks like they're gonna GG. There we go, Jens. Able to get the headshot onto Boy Sean. Kaya will get hit as well. Team to Cambodian right now. GG Esports and AF.
And with Boyshan being knocked down, at least they are inside of the circle, so they don't have to move while at the same time targeting and trying to defend themselves from the bullets of our AF. It is quite a good spot to take northwestern side of the circle because that is quite vacant and empty as of this moment. But as GG Devon spots in, checks the surroundings so that they would not receive that backstab, they will now go for that reset. But for AF, no follow-up has been done, so that knockout was probably rather that did not do anything for the side of our AF. But for PBMS Ryman, he will be knocked down by NX King WTZ, and not only a knockdown but a confirmation.
Now Sin will have to rotate this area. They're on the bottom east side of this circle. And looks like they're gonna try to go first, probably through Pochinko, trying to avoid that east. And unknown though will spot shot onto the face of Claire, and unknown have that advantage. He ground. He's able to get the damage of Damios as well. Wow, looks like that's just other, and that's gonna be a big error. 4K as Burn to go for the spray down. A spray from a different angle, I believe. So this is G from that huge compound. Cool. So this means that KHI will be spent at this very spot. Left with only 2.
And with KHI receiving a lot more of those bullets coming from BG, Master Itchy at the same time receives a bit of that damage coming in from outside. So he also needs to use that bandage while waiting for Godspeed to fetch him and to reposition themselves. 2-1-4 Mitchie. We have seen earlier on that they're doing quite a better gameplay as compared to week number 1 is now in a bit of that struggle and caught in between those battles. With our time to quick 2-for-1 trade is what we are seeing right here. Liquid though will hold that nade and will be targeting 2-1 for Lion, and that will be a knockdown right there. Liquid would want to liquidate those players in front to secure that those will be translated into elimination points. Wowem is quite late into the scene and he is now probably going to back out for the moment because that would not do him so much of a good thing. Meanwhile, for our next Vanguards, Super Loki will be damaged so much of the blue zone to the point that he will be taken down.
Nostra Esports right now, they're actually taking some damage. They might get taken. The Nexus Vanguard will go for the circle. This is earlier on. Aya go to the northern key, which is happening for Austria. Does have here inside the circle. They're within the playable area, but just outside the zone. And right now, Austria keeping next now. S6 Master Ritz spots King WTZ, and now Vanguard will be left with only of 1 or 2 playing. Superboy down to very low HP. As he's now going to try to heal up, but the blue zone is just way too much. Oh no.
And for 2-1-4, that is going to be it for them. They were quite consistent during the first 2 matches, ending up in the 4th spot, ending up in the 2nd spot, now ending on the 14th is not so good. Meanwhile, the rest are still quite being consistent, just like our young Galacticos. They ended 2nd on the first game, ended 1st on the next one, and now still up and alive with 4 players left. But for Nexus Vanguards, Joji, the final player, would have to face our S69. This is going to be so difficult as S69 has that total control of the situation, gatekeeping this Joji outside of the circle, throwing those nades. Will that connect? Oh, not really, but Fong will be receiving ton of damage coming in from GG Shroud. The Jody just flies from left and right, trying to escape those bullets, trying to escape all of those utilities, and is still up and alive. But now going back to our AF versus GG battle, AF push a bit forward because that is where the circle is at right now, and with a few more, BG Godspeed joins the fun, knocking down AF, but that confirmation will go to GG, although GG Shroud will receive that same damage.
Godspeed on kill feed. We'll take. And no revive for GG, but let's go now to Nexus Vanguard. Actually, he's prone down. There we go. That's the faster Rix. He gets shotted from a far distance, but he will be able to get the revive and to himself. And now for Sin, he's taking the edge of the eastern side. The Yangon Galactic say Cloud will from his teammate Master Smile. Trying to get in. PTQ is already in. Just on the northwest. Chi though will be able to spot, and that is it for aggressive fight. They're out in the jump.
Indeed, no escape for AS from those bullets as they are now leaving the battlefield. But for Young Galactica, still a full squad is staying strong with 4 players left. Max, though, only has 3 together with GG. A full squad here that we have is still also Burmese Goals together with our GX, S69, and our Sin Esports. So those teams have better chances of getting that winner chicken dinner here in game number 3. But for those who have less, probably chances are slimmer now that we have our time to quick Zuki in front of a full squad again of our Young Galacticus. That is not going to be so easy later on. But with the control of the circle, it goes again to the side of YG with a bonus of a compound.
Right now, YG still within the reach of. For now, they'll be Sin Esports as well. Will have move. They're at the edge of the eastern side. That is actually looking at them right now. I believe so. This is so they will have to think of when they will try to move. Will it be? Oh, there we go. That's gonna be the set by G. Confirms right away. And there's a nap in there as Cool will be revived by Wako. So for Sin, Mas will try to way up into the circle, but he's gonna be other teams, and then Mas will be spotted by Claude. From Abdul's side. As he dies, there's just already the circle. Not much of any space now for Sin to get in.
And that vehicle is even on smoke, so that would not be so much of a help later on for him to have ease of mobility. Ooh, and with that peak coming in from our GX and Sin Wako, this Sin Esports will now be eliminated as GG, Kaya, and Shad will also be the next in line, courtesy of our PBMS. GG's for our GG for lasting up until our 10th rank. But for us, Janang, he will be knocked out. GX has lost one more of their players, and S69 just playing that edge gameplay right here to be inside of that next circle. But Asja will be wiped out too. Time to quick, though, will be quick to eliminate GX Sin.
They survive and they will be able to heal up. Liquid down to 1 HP left. 5 far for Liquid, by the way. So he's actually dominating now in this match. Left with 8 total teams in this matchup. You on Itchy on the kill feed. All eyes on to just controlling the northern Claude behind all of the smokes right now, as he's left all alone for Gen X, for Generation X. Oh wow, Liquid again, adding one more. 6 eliminates now for Liquid, but he's down. I think that hill.
That was indeed an over peak, so it is quite unfortunate for him. But on our next stage, who will be favored by the safe zone? We are not yet quite sure. PBMS, though, Scatty is being the target of S69 Master Rex. So we only have 7 teams up and alive, and BG has a lot of eliminations. That would be 8 onto their end, and now making up for the points that they were not able to get during the previous matches. And KHI would be next with 6 tied up with our time to quick. So those are the 3 teams who were very aggressive in this game. Will they also get that favor of that chicken dinner? Let's wait and see. But here, the waiting game is real as PBMS Monboy will go for that nade onto our S69, but with no goal right now. And YG actually is targeting S69 at the same time. So they have a lot of opponents, and it is really going to be difficult for our S69.
Yeah, really gonna be difficult, especially that their vehicles are already down on smokes. So that if ever they win, eventually they won't have, to going into hard for them to survive. Goals. Oh wow! Snake by it cheating blanks another explosion as Migs will be taken. But KHI will 7th remain in this 3rd match of the day.
Unstoppable is our Burmese goals, and they're still far from over. They would want to take more of those eliminations, just like Monboy right here, out in the open, being taken by BG Unknown. And those onto that hilltop is also now being scouted by our Burmese goals. S69 Labo, though, also spots PBMS Pretzel right there, but is having a bit of that trouble into entering the zone because he knows he has an opponent right in front, and with those shrapnels of that frag grenade, courtesy of PBMS Pretzel, S69 Labugun will be taken down. Scaddy is now focused onto the side of our team Max as they both try to get inside of the next safe zone.
PBMS now will have to go for the push. They have really no choice. They crash in, they still... So what they... Get Erangel pressure into PBMS and will be eliminated still with 1 play with PBMS. That's what I'm talking about for S69. Oh, deportation, but there you go. That's it for PBM. YG will get them eliminated. Still alive, yes, but on low HP. TQ, they still have that high ground advantage. And they're fighting against Brunny's goals, who's having a hard time. They're gonna get naded by TTQ.
And with that nade, that will not be received so much, although for our S69, they will be the 5th to go out right here. Stage 6 coming right up with just a few more seconds. And now they're settling down, and they are now finding better spots for them to take as that circle gets smaller and smaller, and the worlds will also be smaller as well. Zuki stays on top, and he has the high ground advantage as compared to his opponents right here. Max Fornai will be seen by BG Unknown and will be going for that confirmation. Murnut Boy will also be spotted. Zuki will be taken by YG Romeo. They're going for those third parties right here, left and right, front and back. They all have battles going on, and with those backup of frag grenades, dealing more of those damages, and with the follow-up of these shotgun moments, Master Smile needs to prone because he is also being dealt damage so much by our time to quick. Master Smile, one more knockdown onto their end, and they will be sandwiched actually in between our Burmese goals and our time to quick. But maybe, no more maybe, because that will be a certain and a secure confirmation of elimination. But for Yangon Galacticus out in the open, Unknown would be right here, but what a counterattack coming in from Yangon Galacticus, although those final moments will be theirs in this game, going home with 5 eliminations.
These goals just obliterated. They have the Jaya. It is a 3v2 situation versus Team Max. We'll get the revive as well. And be a 4v2. No goals. Utility. Utility count just right below their names. And now Bernie's go open up a 2-2 split is what they're gonna do. But you gets Unknown down. But here comes Leon with a drop. Trezzy
Can't find Trezzy.
will just be HP. 1 HP left for him. He's ready with a Groza. But there's a nade right beside him. And Bulls wins in this.
GG, well played. That was a very, very close fight for our teams. And again, nice try for our team Max, but that game went to our Burmese Ghosts and they ended so well in that game. They joined that battle with our Yang and Galacticus in time to quick and now ending with G Max as well. So they literally wiped and cleared out the surroundings during those final moments, and now with BG getting that chicken dinner and a lot of elimination points, they really were on the fire and would definitely propel themselves towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, more than likely, they're very consistent when it comes to this. So let's see and find out as we get Burmese goal stats here from that. They got, wow, look at this. Unknown got 7.
Ooh,
And then 5 for
18
Ichi and for
kills.
Yatka. That's 18 eliminations for Burmese goal. A game that Burmese goals had played here in match number 3.
Really commendable of our Burmese goals. Actually, they started with that momentum. They were really pushing it forward. They were really getting all of those eliminations in, and that is the reward here in match number 3. Taking that chicken dinner with 18 kills, 28 additional points in just one match. Other teams might have done that probably for 2 or 3 matches, but for now, let's see what did that actually look like in our
Highlights coming from G win here in match number 3. 18 eliminations, like what I just earlier. 28 total for their squad in this match. More than likely, Aya, they will probably go for that number 1 spot in the overall right after this. TTQ gets 13 and S69. Wow, this is good for S69. 8 eliminations, or 8 total points rather, in this matchup. But for the rest, look at this. Rangers 2-1-4. They're top 2 and top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Getting so much in this match.
Yep, so they really were not consistent during this past few matches. So let's see if the rest of the final 3 games for today would give a different story for those teams, and even for AF and for our newborns. But for the overall rankings, let's take a quick look. We have here YG with 42 still standing on top, being the number 1, but on second spot will be our Burmese Ghosts with 36 overall points after that winner chicken dinner. And for the third spot, we have RNG with 27. The next to them would have 26 points. GX though will only have 10 on the 11th spot. S69 here will be having 8 points. NX with 8 as well. Goa with 6. Newborns with 5. OF with 5. SGPG with 4H. Sin with 1. AF with 0.
Well, the others needs to improve, especially Paradise Esports and AF. I would also say for OF, because for those teams that needed a big boost here for this week so that they can at least experience the super weekends we had just recently. Here are the top 4 teams. Number 3, BG, TTQ, YG, and S69. Most of the teams from Myanmar. So it looks like the other regions like Singapore, Cambodia, and also Laos did not do well here in this matchup. So hopefully they can, come back in match number 4, 5, and 7. Matches to go. I looks like probably go on a break right after this. So the viewers out there watching out this live stream, you could go ahead and get ready for your dinner. But for the meantime, the MVP of this match is none other than Unknown with 7 eliminations, 1500 damage, 310 damage taken, with 27% contribution, 2431 survival time.
BG Unknown got most of those eliminations, and as I've mentioned, Burmese Gold started the match with that eagerness, and during the middle portions, they just got all the eliminations that they can, gatekeeping those teams, just pinning them down, and trying to make sure that those knockdowns will be confirmed and will be turned into elimination. So that is exactly what Unknown did here, having secured 7 eliminations with 20% headshot rate. So that is quite a high relatively to the others that we have seen. So for BG Unknown, GG's for him and to his team, of course, for getting a lot of points in match number 3.
Let's see if they can continue on gameplay. As like what I said, we're gonna be on a short break right after this. Will that break be detrimental for Burmese who are really hot? Other things we would have to think of things, because it's gonna be different. Group B won't be playing at the head-to-head between YG and Burmese Goals. So looking at the situation, it's like Burmese Goals doesn't have the damage of YG, but again, the consistency for Yangon Galacticos Aya is still intact. But for Burmese Goals, I think they have lost like 1 game, but they died early.
Yup, definitely. So those 2 teams really have a good fight here in our day number 1 for week number 2. So the rest of the teams would really need to make up with the points that they were not able to get for those past games. But of course, this match and all of the games that we are going to have is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350. The Camon 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just 1 tap. So this event would not be possible without our official smartphone partner, which is Tech.
Thank you very much, Techno. Without you, this tournament won't be the same. But again, for the rest of the viewers out there, a brand new, the best phone to take. That's the newest phone coming from Techno. But again, others watching right now, it is still very early. There's not much of any app that is being made by one team, but we're currently looking at YG and Burmese Goal. So might probably be those top teams. Again, these are our predictions, if you remember. But then again, hopefully we can also fix the connection here on our, because there is an issue with the connection on my side.
But right now, of course, you should experience unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X Shelby, and this collaboration is available right now. So don't forget to check inside of your PUBG Mobile apps. But one more thing is that we also have the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan, which is live right now with Titan transformations, ODM gear, and more awaits. So join the fight right now, because the only way to live is to fight. So fight, and I hope that you guys enjoy that collaboration as I also did. And for now, for all of us to enjoy, let's take a very short break. This is I Play together with Kuku TV, and we will see you in a bit.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
You are still watching the 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Summer, and of course, we had just three matches for today, and the next one would be in Erangel versus casters for the English broadcast. I plays together with W2D1.
And I was just asking our prod if I need to read, because I think I'm still laggy as of the moment. But going back to the gameplay that we're seeing right now, there's a bit of domination shown by the Myanmar squads.
Definitely, it's leading towards and gearing towards our Myanmar teams right now. By the looks of it, it is very evident on everyone's screen that two from the Myanmar region rather, already got that winner chicken dinner and one from the Philippines. So most definitely, if this will continue, it is going to be a Myanmar dominated day for week number Tuesday number 1. And as we have seen throughout the first 3 matches, most of the teams ending in the 4th or 5th rank are almost all Myanmar, with a bit of teams from the Philippines, with a bit of team from Cambodia, and the rest Laos and our Singaporean team. But generally, it is quite safe to say that Myanmar teams are dominating so far.
Well, I last Erangel is coming in, and I am still thinking that YG have a good game for Erangel. For the maps, though, that's probably where the Cambodians and the Philippines would have a better, outcome or output. Really do play well in Miramar, but for Erangel, I'm still leaning towards YG or probably Burmese goals. Lean on to next, which is also playing really well. It's just that they're being gate kept the edges of the circle.
As I predicted for Nexus Vanguards, although this is not the same Nexus Vanguards that we've seen during the past week so far. So let's see if they will be redeeming themselves too here in these next matches, either in Erangel or the final 2 Miramar maps. So looking forward, as this is going to be a more intense one, probably, given that this is again the final Erangel map for today. And we all know that everyone is used to playing in Erangel. This can be said as anybody's gameplay, as anybody's ball game, because everyone has their own strategies already formed up and really used to, again, in the map of Erangel. So for the final 2 maps in the map of Miramar, that is going to be a different story. But for the next one, let's see, will it be a Myanmar team again to get that winner chicken dinner, or will others rise up too?
Well, I'm actually looking to get all side teams to, improve the likes of OF on fire, like Paradise Esports, and we also have the like 69 and aggressive fight. We've seen the first game of S69 number 3. They even got 8 points.
Yep.
So this means that they're trying trying all of their best for them to be able to get as many possible for every single. And big kudos to C9, who's really trying, even fighting against all of those top tier teams like PBMS, like Nexus Vanguard. I want to see the same energy from Paradise Esports, same energy on fire, and same energy for a aggressive fight or a yeah. If we see those, then maybe we can make things more exciting for other teams to qualify to the Super Weekend in week number 2.
Yep, and that is indeed a good observation when it comes to S69. And now that they're trying things differently, they're stepping up their game, and we're also rooting the same thing that could happen for those other teams who are still on the bottom portion of our leaderboard. So final Erangel is actually just around the corner with 40 more seconds left before we start match number 4 out of 20.
Just 35 seconds left. We're gonna be final Erangel map Aya, and again, I'm still leaning for the Yangon Galacticos and the Myanmar squads to be able to perform well in this matchup. And with the changes, by the way, of the groupings, maybe that will affect the whole landscape of this match, because you're not gonna see Rangers, Max, GX. Oh, and actually, GX is not playing for this matchup, so let's find out. We'll be getting this matchup.
With a different set of players inside of this match, this is going to be much more interesting as we head on to match number 4 out of 20 here, brought to you by Techno and PUBG Mobile in the PMCL Southeast Asia League Summer 20 25 playing path me in from the area of just above Novo Ripnoye towards the area around Severny. So quite onto the eastern side, and the western side is just like the likes of our Jorgopul, Quarry, Ferry Pier, Primors, Gatka is not so accessible from this playing path.
Not really accessible for now. It's gonna be a point not for the Georgia Pole areas, Zarki Hospital. I think 214 will have a point this time around. We saw from the previous matchup, Aya, that this time, well, but YG is not playing a match, so I see an open area for Georgia Pole. That's a really good area to be at. And Zuki is using right the landing over there. Oh, that earlier. I got that one in game.
Yep.
Well, I got it from the guild set before, but looking at the situation, seems like it's normal for the others, but not really normal for the rest. You now see KHI going to stop, and you could also see GG going Kameshki.
And now we're looking at our Silent Gods. Also, one of the teams that we haven't felt the presence coming from much yet. So for SG, let's see what will happen to them later on. But now moving on to PBMS, one of the teams onto that number 8 spot, also not doing so well. Probably it is, of course, very comparable because they did so well during week number 1 and even dominating the rest of Super Weekend. So with performance of PBMS as of today, it is quite far from what they've shown us for week number 1 before. The elimination proportion on the number 2 spot would be our Burmese Go, 6 or rather 8 for Unknown, 6 each for Itchy, Godspeed, and Lil Yatka. So a lot of points has been rigged up by our Burmese goals, and their difference actually, the gap that they've done so far onto these teams who are in this battlefield together is quite big. So for 2-4 to even try and be nearer to Burmese goals, that would take up a lot more of the effort.
Well, for Goa, they will not in game because in the previous matchup, they basically rested in match number 3, so they will be able to get back to their usual feat at Subsnov their base. If you remember, Aya, it was 2-4 who got their dropping point in match number 3, and looks like 2-4 will most likely be on a different era now. When I actually checked the map, they're actually at Puchki, and this is because Rangers is not playing for this matchup.
Yes.
So this is a good adjustment again. Mentioned in the last game, a good adjustment for 2-4. Just dropping at Goa's dropping goal for the next match, which is this match, since they knew that Rangers is not
RNG.
playing, they went for Pachinki.
That really props back to how well they prepared and how well they are really aware of the situations inside of the game, which teams are not going to play, which dropping points are not going to be taken, and they are taking that to their advantage, which is so far being effective, in my opinion, in my perspective, for the side of 2-4. Although the previous one did not really, the previous game rather, did not really work well for the favorite 2-4, but the first 2 matches was really consistent for their side. So it really just needs a little bit more push, a little bit more of those points coming in from those eliminations. But for Austria Esports, what can you say so far with our Austrians compared to their performance during last week?
Well, they need to go back to their all Cambodian. I think that is more effective compared to the lineup that they're using so far, where we see Dukdiko, we might probably see Jane in the long run. And for me, they are much more, you know, compared to, this day, even the first 3 days of the first week. They were like reshuffled, but with their lineup, which is all Cambodians in the lineup, it's well organized. They have better synergy, better chemistry and that's the reason why they won in the very first match in the first weekend. And and it's a continuity of their life since that I think they played it like less than games the other teams had played their lineup. So basically, that's their disadvantage so far. Lineup, but if they could line up Aya, I believe so that sports will have a better future here. The season's PMCL.
Definitely, that is also a very good observation. Though a lot of people are looking for Jane every now and then in the comment section, I think I would have to agree with you with that one as well. That their full Cambodian lineup is much more effective here in PMCL Southeast Asia Summer. Probably in the next season, they could have worked their chemistry and synergy together with either Jane or Dokdiko. But for now, I think yes, they'd have to stick with their full Cambodian lineup. But for time to quick, speaking of sticking, he is now stuck here in the area of bridge just in order for him to see and scout those players who will be going through and passing through this area.
And looks like Liquid is still alive for TTQ. Liquid is actually one of those guys that need to look out for. Now that we see got race down on goal, he's actually able to do a little bit of damage, half HP onto KS4 who, but not that much onto the rest of GOA who just run past this bridge. And looks like just gave a pass to those two. This is KS4 who and now gonna be ready. Oh no! Vehicle turned sideways, and he's gonna be the first blood for this as Gus to confirm that elimination. So that leaves them to only 3. Zuki hasn't the bridge yet, and more likely Aya, Zuki will have to wait it out. The rest of TTQ is out of the bridge.
But now for OF, I don't think he can wait further for our K-Chai to meet him in that spot halfway. So he needs to now escape that engagement in order for him to survive those battles, as he is, I believe, alone in this area, in this vicinity where K-Chai is at right now. So for K-Chai holding this area all for themselves, I believe they have a better upper hand when it comes to those who are just going to drive by and pass by their spot. Meanwhile, for newborns, let's see if this will be the time that they could get more of those points in. Now for S69, you've also noticed that they did well during that previous game because that was their first map. Now they are on first game rather. Now that they are on their second game, let's see if that would still be the case, or will it be also a bad one for them. But with the circle, it seems like it's looking good for S69.
Looking good for S69, looking good also for GG. They have found this gasoline station. They can replenish their gas. At the same time, they can, make it packed. Just right behind this gasoline station. All Super Ranzer, though, unfortunately got spotted by Super. Top will also be spotted by the score ready for Ostia. He can make it 3. Dokdiko now hides behind the rock. Top currently down, will most likely die by bleeding out. There you go. Oh, but Dokdiko got it as well. And that card now able to get 3 already. As Nang X has really no but to fight. Throws the nade out. Nang X will have to, but it's going to be him. All Nexus Vanguard players. 1v4 is the situation. Currently it's a 2v4, but 2v1. Oh, unfortunately not X. Oh my goodness, and there the fire will take effect. 2-man down for the Vanguard. Still not yet of any other teams who will try onto them, and then again, that's all because of not like resiliency, but just way too much to replay. Was it over there? But for now, Aya or Ostia, with I talked about them to improve their game still to reshuffle their lineup, in my opinion.
Yep, but now with that shuffle of bullets, Connecting on to BG Godspeed, one will be down. Meanwhile, for Jarrell and MM, they need to go for that rotation to find a better spot and angle onto our team Burmese goals. But as they move around, there would also be another team who would want to join. I believe that is GG or Good Game Esports, who would also have a chance into accessing their spot. Miner tries his luck onto going for those bullets, but unfortunately that would not connect onto our Burmese goals. But with BG, he dealt that vehicle explosion onto our Burmese goals right there. And with the movement of our 2-1-4, they would have to face our Nexus Vanguards. Lil Gatka, though, with that frag grenade, knocks down Sizer, and King WTZ moves around the containers to probably see where our 2-1-4 is at right now. Grenade elimination will be done and will be delivered by our Burmese goals. But with the final player, Godspeed right here, he needs to have a full speed, and in order for him to survive, because he has a full squad of the SD racing onto his spot, and that will be the end for our Burmese goals, not ending so good in match number 4.
That was just too bad of a position for Burmese. Not a place that you would want to stay. Now the circle will be focused, centering around the GG Esports. They also have some care packages that they can use for them to replenish. But look at this. A lot of teams, Western side, still not making a move for them to get into the circle. And this is like, I believe, so 3 teams, Aya?
Mm-hmm. Now with those 3 teams inside, they are all going to struggle because of the blue zone and because of the movement. I don't think they would have an easy access towards the circle. Probably there could be some people onto the bridge. Let's see, but I think they're still quite safe. So yes, they can still move around and they can still enter through this bridge right here. But for the other teams who are going to be left, they don't have much of an access. Just like our 2-4 and our Nexus Vanguards, King TZ will be spotted, will be sprayed down, and will be secured by 2-4 Lion. So 1 down will be on to the end of our Nexus Vanguards. They came from that struggle, trying to keep themselves together, trying to keep surviving as a full team, but now that is not possible anymore as they lost King WTZ, as they're all heavily damaged, and as they all need to get inside of this safe zone. So a lot of things are not going so well for the side of Nexus Vanguard. I actually predicted NX to do better here in our day number 1, but it seems like I brought them that caster's curse. We're not yet sure. We still have 2 matches, but let's see if they would turn that later on.
Let's see if it will turn things around for Nexus Vanguard. As for Burmese goals, though, they won their winner chicken dinner in the previous match, but they just got pinned down by Silent Gods in this matchup, so they will need to go back to and make that. Look at this one now. As 16B, I go by Labo, as Labo spray down on 4. We'll need to also think about the others. So I think Moek will be spotted. Different area right around. Looks like GOA are all scattered. Wait, but NB are all scattered in the northern side of this circle. This is a really bad idea for you born.
Definitely not the strongest formation that they could have right here, and they would not be able to maximize that kind of formation and that kind of defense for the rest of our newborns. But for Goa, they're just slowly taking their spots inside. Actually, one is still outside of the circle, and with the movement again of that safe zone, they will be left outside together with OF, with Goa, with Time Quick, TBMS, and some more of those teams. So they need to act quickly, because if not, they will be receiving damage both from those bullets and of course from that blue zone, which is going to be much more painful later on once it moves once again.
Straight down on that. Now the next target will be 2-1-4 MS. Drops and now drops Astro. It's gonna be Mon Boy. I think he's already kind of on fire. But now for TTQ, they need to zone. The circle has shifted away from them. Same goes COA. And this is what's happening so far. OF, Baby Spicy needs to get into Small Shack. Right now to heal up. Now we'll try to throw up a nade. This one. Let's see and find out. Nope. Now. Burn will be ill in this matchup. Grenade coming in. Boy, he's trying to get inside the Small Shack as it loaded in front of them. Get it with the explosion of the gas. And looks OF will be left with only. That's not OF. That is just GOA who's just rotating in. PBMS doing a really good job keeping at the north.
And it is just very fortunate for them that they have that circle with their side, but here without the circle favoring them, 2-1-4 will have 3 players eliminated, just like our Paradise Esports with 2-1-4 Benji. The final player would want to try and attempt to take down KHI, but nope, that would not be possible as KHI will be there together with our Goa joining in the fun together with Time to Quick just around the corner at the same time. Goa Clay Jr. pushes towards, we have our Time to Quick Liquid, and he now liquidates the rest of our Guardians of Angel, securing that final elimination onto Clay Jr. Actually, they still have 1 player. I'm not just quite sure where he is at right now, but that is so far the final player within the vicinity for the side of our Goa. But for KHI, they're just quite smart to prioritize the circle to try to move forward and to try to find a good spot.
And now with KHI. Oh. Blanks was able to that for now. Be left alive here, just on the bottom, on the northern side rather. Up. And for KHI, still left. Some of them are actually just trying to be giving some help out to Blanks, who is currently picked behind that rock. To get their revive if they need it. Gus will try to heal up for now. Surrounded by the smokes. Claire, though, will be spotted by OF. And this is the OF. Nadi, who is still in the blue zone, survived, trying to make his way. Now, gets in the butt. He will try to crash onto... But no, he will try to get inside instead. As they're trying to get in, he will try to go crap Geo. Hey, there you go! He actually did not go. Oh, and there we go. That's it. Yeah. Eliminate.
Ngapik, yeah, with that elimination onto OF. That was just a very nice setup of that smoke, although that did not cover most of those bullets coming in from outside. He also followed the footsteps of our On Fire, but still a nice setup of that smoke grenade in order for him to not be seen directly by OF to crash onto his area. But for KHI, just gassing up their vehicles right here, even though it's already smoking, they don't have much of a choice. They just need to use this vehicle to enter our safe zone. Mig scouting the area. We have our NX. Nexus Vanguard still with 2 players holding this hut all for themselves, also just peeking through our GG Sin Esports, one of the teams that we haven't felt yet for week number 2, not doing so much of those points with 0 eliminations still. They're taking their time slowly but surely. Let's see if that is going to be helpful for later on, as GMM now will be spotted 1 knockdown player onto their end.
Confirmed. KHI will be left with 3. Oh, explosion onto Liquid. Actually goes down. Courtesy of KHI again. Mix will be spotted from behind though by S69. KHI now will be left with 2. Demios and Claire. Line. 9. I play right now. They're very mobile, moving. They're getting the positions of KHI. Oh, it is actually PBMS. We'll try to help out S69. And S69 now. Ooh, but looks like I'm low.
Ooh.
Down and low onto the ground. Gal, Snitch will be now. It looks like they're going to go for the revives. Full 69. For now, TTQ will get eliminated. And that's, I believe so, courtesy of of PBMS. And there we go. That's it for there. As KHI will get eliminated by S69. But good try still. Eliminations. And they ended up at 8th, I believe so. So I think they will still have that point for this match.
Meanwhile, for S69, although they had that circle already for their area, we have your PBMS still continuing with those bullets to be received by S69. And with this movement again, PBMS Caddy now moves a bit forward, trying to target GG. Is our Esports cool with that frag nade? Will he land that perfectly? Nope, that would not be received. But will GG also land that onto their end? But I don't think they will push through. They're still holding on to that, probably canceling it in a bit. PBMS Ryman, though, will be snitched by S69 Snitch. So 1-for-1 trade is what we have seen, but they can go for that easy reset and easy replenish of their lives. And now with a hard shift, rather not a hard shift, the shift of the circle, almost everyone will just be inside, but probably a little bit more movement from everyone else.
I think the shift of the zone will basically make it a hard time for those at the bottom side of it. You can see this Sin and GG. And now Sin trying closer at the gasoline station. Nades coming in. More than likely, I tap in because there's not much of any angle if you try at this location and you try to, throw a nade in. Get through. Oh no, but S69 drop by PBM. Quick. 10 eliminations are ready for PBMS. Like Wako. He got an angle on to the out. Still, 3 players are protecting this gasoline station. None from Cool. Cool now gets the frag grenade in, and now the nade actually knocks down Shroud. Left for GG Esports. Can they handle the pressure? Cool spots one. Billy. And only 1 player left remaining as Sin goes in for the push, goes in for the kill. And Sin will contain this gasoline station, but the circle is not within the gasoline station either.
But that is quite a redemption period for our Sin Esports, that they had 4 eliminations because they were very, very quiet during the past 2 matches. But for PBMS, they're not quiet anymore. Now 12 kills in the bag as they secure our aggressive fight. Ranked circles around this circle onto the edge so that he could be inside. But speaking of inside the hut would still be our Nexus Vanguards, and they are being guarded actually by our Silent Gods, trying to contest this area from them with a frag nade in hand for SG Minor. Will he send that onto Nexus Vanguards, and will he land that perfectly? I think he's just probably rethinking about his decisions in that moment. Stage number 6 though will come right up, and they need to move as soon as possible.
ASAP. For SG though, they're now going for a sandwich gameplay here. Sin and Nexus Vanguard, or it's actually Sin and SG sandwiching Nexus Vanguard. But look at Wako from afar. Emas actually goes down, and I believe so. This is coming from PBMS as Pretzel spots Emas. PBMS still has the best position so far when it comes to the circle, but look at that nade from Minor. He drops super low key. He goes to where Joji is. Sin already realizes there's a sticky bomb also is gonna explode. As they annihilate Nexus Vanguard as they push in. So they now eliminate them. The next target will be Sin. Wako is already that on his.
Now this is a game for the Filipino region. We have our PBMS, Silent Gods, and Sin Esports, and we have PBMS just regaining their fire, regaining their strength and power throughout week number 1, now carrying it over onto week number 2, match number 4. But we have that SG Gyro being confirmed, but with that great coming in from MM, they took that one for the count. Sin though will just be left with Ranked right here, and PBMS Monboy from behind will throw that nade onto SG. Lucy, will he be damaged? Nope, not even a bit, and still survives that engagement with the circle. now favoring PBMS. By the looks of it, it seems like they're having the best moment in match number 4.
Yeah, and best moment so far for PBMS. Look at how many grenades they have. How many
Ooh.
frag grenades for PBMS. Just waiting for those bombs to explode at the faces of SG and Sin. Oh, now kid, former teammates as well with Playbook Esports before. It looks like Rampage will try to back up for a bit. Will knock down one bullet and then right over the plane. Now, looks like SG is fighting. They're wanting to take the PBMS. And now Scotty shot from SG. He needs to prone down for now. Will be in the circle. It looks like SG has their eye on Scotty. They will go once. Deep push first. So Rankin though. That's it for Sin. And here comes Lucian. Miner will be spotted by Pretzel.
Wow.
He takes him down. 10 eliminations now for Pretzel. The future of PUBG is now here for PBMS. And now Ryman is actually putting in the pressure onto SG. Still, they have the Maya with one player currently down as Scotty. We'll just try to provide maybe information for Pretzel and Circle. By the way, will be the last one. And after that stage, which is stage 8, it'll be stage 9, which is the closing of the blue zone. So still, I believe so that PB an advantage here against Silent Gods.
Most definitely, but we are not yet quite sure since Silent Gods is still trying their best to manage the situation efficiently right here with SG Miner going around the map, trying to have that 2-2 split in front of BBMS to be able to sandwich those players right in between. Ryman holding this nade onto MM. Will he receive that one? Nope, that came a bit short. SG Miner, though, will be spotted by Ryman, although he will also receive that frag grenade coming in from Jarrell, presented as a gift in the match. Pretzel versus everyone is what we are seeing right here. 1v4 situation. Will he be able to clutch his way out just like how Monboy did during the final moments in our week number 1? Or will this be an easy win for our Silent Gods? But they don't quite know where Pretzel is at right now. Look at this. Jarrell being open from his end, and that is an easy elimination. Knockdown will be confirmed in just a bit, but in no time, we have your Silent Gods also rotating already and taking the win for their first time here in week number 2, day number 1.
But you know what? Eliminations for Pretzel. Just that individual elimination count. Just wow for PBM.
Yep.
But then again, got spoiled by Silent Gods as they take the win here in match number 4. What a way there, Aya. Here for day number 1. So they're going to be heading on to Miramar after this one. But for Silent Gods, a much needed win in my opinion, because they have been struggling so far here in this tournament. With this win, they will have that momentum now going into Miramar map. Look at Miner nations here together with Jarrell. These are former PBMS players, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And with the points that they're giving us here, match number 4, that just really shows how well they contributed inside of that match to be able to get that winner chicken dinner. So most of the damage actually went to Jarrell, so most likely he is also the MVP of this match. So GG's and kudos the rest of SG and for Jarrell for being that MVP. It just really was unfortunate for our PBMS that they were left with one player. But now let's see what happened during the highlights of that game.
Amazing highlights again so far here for match number 4 as we now in the total eliminations and placements. And look at what PBMS did in that match alone. 6 stations, even though they were the second place team, to 1 points total. Yes, and again, we need to put kudos to Prep. So 11 eliminations is what he did in that game. The elimination way of SG with 11, 21 for SG. Next is 7, 9 for Sin. For KHI, S69 has 6, 5 for AF, and 3.
Now moving on to the second page, we have Return to Quick with 3 as well. Go with 2, tied up with BG, 214 with 1, BG with 1 as well. OF and B Austria though did not get any points for that match, so problematic for those teams who are yet to catch up with the points that they were not able to make during the first 3 matches. So they have a long way to go to be able to reclaim those points here. But speaking of points, we have our overall rankings already on the screen. YG with 42. We have our Burmese goals with 37, just 5-point gap between the PBMS now in the 3rd spot though, with just 1 point behind Burmese goals. RNG with 27, Max with 26, SG with 25, K-Shop with 24, GG with 20, NX with 19, and 214 with 18. So points around the middle portion especially are still quite near to each other.
And you know what? This is a blessing for YG for match number 4 for them to keep that top number 1 spot. And that is because, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be coming back to the maps. And this only means Group A will be playing for matter 6 for today. So it's basically happened. PBMS their score be for this one. And actually, you know what? They will be back eventually in match number 6.
Oh,
I did check A, B, D, and E is match number 6. But anyways, the top 4 teams for match 4: PB, SG, Nexus, Vanguard, and Sin. So earlier the maps, it was all Myanmar, but now looks like squads are bouncing back.
Yep, and that is what we have seen during match number 4. And as we have talked about earlier on, SG Jarrell would be the MVP of this game, taking home 4 eliminations, 1,000 plus damage, 418 damage taken, 2631 survival time, and 40% team contribution. So for Jarrell, he really dealt so much damage as compared to his other teammates, but that contribution together as a full squad is really something to be proud of, being the MVP of this game.
For Jarrell, he one who was to drop those important knockdowns in the last moment of the game. He was the one, taking the charge for Silent Gods. But for the meantime, with the Erangel maps, and you can see now the pattern: 1 chicken dinner in Sanhok for the Filipinos, and then 2 for Myanmar and Erangel, and then 1 again for the Filipinos. So again, this might be the chance now squads to get their chicken dinners in the map of Miramar. I am looking towards Austria Esports. I am to bounce back in this last 2 maps of the day.
Yep, let's see if that is really going to be possible during those final moments. As we know, everyone would want to take that final game, most especially match number 6, in order for them to have those smiles on their faces before they head on to have a rest for later to be ready for tomorrow's battles. Day number 1 is almost over, and I hope these teams are sort of satisfied and content with the points that they are doing so far. And if not, I'm hoping that they would do even better for the final 2 games.
But you know what? Austria, PBMS, and KHI, they won't be having any much scores for this match because they won't be trying. They will be back in match 6 though. So it is time also for B to come back as Rangers lead Generation X will be playing for match number. Let's just hope that we see some for Team Max Miramar match. Same goes to GX because GX has been struggling so far. I think the only time that GX made a good day for them would be during week number 1 and day number 1. And right after that, I think they are lost in the game, and it's probably because of the experience Generation X has. Remember, it's just Coca-Cola and Claude who have CL experience, and then the rest are all rookies.
Yep, so definitely they need more of that experience here, and that they are building it in every game and every match here inside of the PMCL summer. But for the rest, we all know that we have been with them since the beginning of the PMCL 2024 Southeast Asia Spring. So they have been through a lot already, but for those who are just starting off, I hope that they also take their chance to learn a lot more in the matches to come.
Speaking of learning, teams who didn't play for Super Weekend have from these top tier teams, and if you go back to the overall rankings, same story.
Yep.
For those 4 teams, except for S69, already has points total for the 4 matchups. As for OF, AF, and PG, they need to do better. And we've seen a glimpse of whatever Paradise Esports can do. Same goes to OF, but they're not able to, run until the end of the game. Every single team has to have their players alive at the end of the game, kind of like what Odds did in the previous, kind of like what Burmese Goals or even Yangwon Galacticos has been doing so far. When they try to win every single game, they try their luck to keep all of their players alive. So if they can right formula or the right strategy for them to make it alive until the end of the game, then maybe we can see something different from the 3 teams, which is PG, AF,
And as you have said, it is really a good thing that they need to sustain their squad, they need to sustain their players for as long as possible in the game, so that they could have better chances of getting that winner chicken dinner, and even not only being focused on the chicken dinner, but also being able to get all of those eliminations count, because you have to maximize the space that you are taking, that you have guards on each and every corner and on every angle, so that you would not have an open spot and an open window for the enemies to attack your team. So that is also a good thing, that they really need to prioritize getting those 4 players still intact by the end of the matches. But again, this is going to be the map of Miramar, quite different than what we had in the past matches of Erangel and Sanhok.
Well, for now, we've talked about a lot already. For now, let's take a break. We'll be back in a few moments. And we are back again here for the countdown to Miramar. Who will get the circle? Who will get the winner chicken dinner? Again, this map is a very random map, especially the ships. Anyone can win this game, and right now, say that the PBMS has the momentum in this map, because they just got 18 eliminations, 11 coming out from Pretzel. So still, I would on towards PBMS would also lean towards Silent God since they did want that previous Erangel map. But anyways, who knows what will happen here with the map that we're going to be playing in. And by the way, PBMS is not playing for the first Miramar map, so let's see and find out.
As we told you guys, that break was just very, very quick. And now we are starting off our match number 5, brought to you by Techno, here in PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. Plane path coming in from Campo Matar towards the area of La Drillera. Sort of the usual plane path that we also see here in the map of Miramar. So Circle might go around Los Leones. We will see if that is going to be happening right here. But now the teams are now dropping to go to their respective dropping points.
This is going to be a challenge. If you love to go to Impala. Impala, by the way, dropping point of PBMS won't be playing for this matchup. Same goes Vanguard, KHI, and Austria. KHI will play in this because I think KHI has been struggling. Erangel lost their opportunity for the first Miramar, but they will be back later on in the day. So far, Geo their spots at Bronca and El Zahar. They actually split. No one even challenged them. 2 dropping points. 2-on-4 though. We'll go for Cruz and a little bit of the jungle areas. Just right Cruz del Valle. Yeah. Sometimes when I try to place, there are two like developmental team 2-on-4.
Yep.
At Cruz del Valle and the jungle area. So it looks like they're making a name area.
Interesting. Interesting dropping point for them. But as we are concerned for the Circle, that did actually not go towards the area of Los Leones, but rather going towards the western side of our map. So let's see who will be taking that spot and who will be being favored by that safe zone. Now favor is not on the side of GG and GX as they are again sharing the area of Chumacero. We all know these two teams dropping in boot camp all together in the map of Sanhok. Now they are again going to be challenging each other. Let's now look who will get that win.
A hot drop session at Chumacero. And I usually tell team whenever we place crims to get the higher ground advantage first. Some teams who will get the houses first, which is currently what's been doing so far. The different GG is to get and then try to get to the high ground side, just right below where Generation X is currently at. So if GG Esports can do that, then maybe they can chance against the Generation X. And look at what Coca-Cola is doing right now. He's able to get the vehicle, and the bombing now will try his luck with the UMP. Unfortunately, not enough bullets for him to take down Coca-Cola. But look at Coca-Cola, meaning 14 action. Down to just 1/4 HP though. Coca-Cola will now try to cook up a nade. And I'll try to get out of the way. There's a nade going out. Another nade coming in from Coca-Cola. Will it connect? Not. There's first knockdown on to Jax. That is Claude. Try to flank towards Boyshan. I say no now doesn't have any much view of Boyshan. For Claude, he'll just have to crawl his way to the ridge so that nobody can confirm. Looks like Devon will have a good view. Oh, Coca-Cola will get hit. So Devon tries to go for this jumping shot. Still with no sights for Devon. He tries to go for the spray down onto Generation. So for now, Aya, still the advantage is on to GG, who has still 4 men still alive.
Still a full squad for their side. We are feeling hesitation from both of the ends, and of course, who would want to be eliminated early? So that is why we are feeling that no one wants to go for that first move, most especially that if they are not sure and certain that they will be taking those eliminations in an instant. So, Boy Sean here, we're still feeling that hesitation, even if his opponent is just a few meters away from him. And GX Law, though, will be the first blood of this game. And second to him would be Max Fornai being knocked down onto the other area of our Miramar map. And S69 Labo now wanting to secure that kill onto Wako. We have a Rankid going for those cover shots, and he is also heavily damaged. Rankid, though, will be spotted by more of the players of S69.
Now the Naso is cooking already. He's actually down to half HP now for Labo. S69 though, the comes in has to be in as you're looking at the bottom right hand side. Now GG now pushes on to Shin. Shin now has the to defend himself, but for how long? The bullets, it's just not too much or not enough for Shin. But look at Shin. He survives now. 2-man down for GG Esports. We'll have to try against Shin. As he's now gonna try to scope it out again, but then again, Kaya have the guns available to defeat Next. Able to take her from Sanhok, Kaya. Got early elimination generation next, so now they're in Miramar.
Yup, and meanwhile for side of our PG, they still haven't gotten any points out of the moment, so they need to heal up, of course, and they need to change things with their strategies because that is not being effective so far in this match in day number 1. But for AF, they're still targeting our 214, although no bullets will be connecting from their end. But with the movement again from our circle, that is not going to be so difficult for those who already dropped within that area. So now that we have your NB and Rangers back in the game, let's see what Rangers would actually do in front of the newborns.
Foxy now throws a nade out, but it blowed just right in the middle. But for OF, they're now being gate kept by 214. Lion so far is waiting for a move coming from OF. 3 though, going for the but he actually got sprayed down, and there we go, Lion. I think Korea was just waiting for Lion to move. As 214 now, gonna try to get up 2 players, Nux and Baby Spicy. I think they're not yet ready. Try, so what's gonna happen now? Ooh. But Moem will be shot. Makes us and Moem will need to crawl down for him to get help from Mitch. Then again, to the advantage of 214. Advantage anymore. As Mitchie goes down, Light will try to help out. Kree will be on the side. We'll try to help out with the scope that he has. And now a DPS can be used from long, but he actually switched out for able now to get the knockdown, but eventually Baby Spicy spots him down. Kree now will have to get closer, but OF will still have that advantage. Will Kree be able to push? No, he will not be able to push. He will try to escape instead. Oh no, the buggy just spun out, and he's as 214 will be eliminated in match number 5.
214 Key was forced to go out of his way, but right here we also have one more out of the game, which is our Sunny Esports, courtesy of our S69. And as you've talked about them quite earlier, S69 is really doing a lot better than how they managed to play their week number 1. So in week number 2, quite an improvement is seen, so let's see if that is going to be consistent from their end. But for Team Max, they're still pushing through with those bullets onto our SG are silent gods right there, but they are quite unbothered and unfazed at this point, and what they are prioritizing is actually to get inside of the circle.
Team Max right now has high advantage against Silent Gods. Still a 2 at the mini map right now. SG, Jared, actually 3 players already at the high ground advantage of Vovo. Silent Gods, not so sure. It looks like now we'll try to get into the circle, continue area. Parker and the rest are their vehicles. Make their way into the circle. For AF, one of the teams that really needs to improve to get their aims connected for every time that they it's these tops. But for now, it's all about the rotation. They would also need to learn on how to the right positions in the circle. So those are 2 things they need to improve. For now, no escape. The first man to be at the con that they wanted to be in. Looks like it's going to be clear for now for AF. And they are also doing the same thing, just looking, rotating in S6, another team that I talked about, right? Going through the bottom right side of the circle.
Yep, and as we are looking at it, they're again just right inside of the circle, which is going to be the thing that would help them later on to be safe from most of the engagements, as they have this huge rock formation, almost a hill in front of them, so they could be using that as a cover from those opponents' bullets. But for Tanto Kizuki being that final player amidst this area, that is, let's see if that is going to be favorable and beneficial for him later on. But with the movement again of that circle circling around our Ledrillera, we have our BG Master Itchy being spotted by Time to Quit, and one more will be taken from their end. And as BG's defense collapses right here, they are going to be losing more of those healing equipment later on, but I don't think Time to Quit could go for that push right away.
Rotate from the blue. Have to fight against the Burmese goals. Also, other players or other teams coming into the circle as well, into the playable area. It looks like TQ are now going to be putting the pressure on, but they're not ready, Aya, because the rest of the other Burmese players or Burmese goals players. And now OF is also going to help out. It's now a triple-way battle right on the northern side. Just for the Blues, you have it for BG, as Liliatka will be eliminated. And OF doing a really good job here now with 5 so far.
And with those 5 eliminations in the bag for our OF, they really are on fire right here. Meanwhile, for Goa, NB, PG, and AF still Goku, there is not much of a movement coming in from their end. But for Time to Quick, they're gatekeeping actually the players of our OF, trying to get those bullets in, and that would not connect so much. But with that final blow from that UMP-45, we have our Noxious being knocked down, and Time to Liquid with that frag grenade in hand will want to deal so much of that damage onto our OF, and Astro too will be knocked, and we have her maybe preparing that same thing. Good thing for them, they don't have third parties within the vicinity, or rather I spoke too soon, as BG Sizer will be there to knock down maybe from behind. Liquid would go for that smoke so that they could have a bit of the cover, and they could go for that reset as quick as possible. Zuki though probably will lay low a little bit as he boosts himself up before they continue with that engagement onto OF.
He will try to explode so that it will not affect him so much. There we go. Explosion happened already. But Natty is actually getting from a different angle, so he's now down to low HP, forced to get into the house again. Mr. Smile is actually looking at the backside. They were able to eliminate the Zuki, was able to spot Natty, and now it's only just left. The spike from OF, just right above this house. Trying to go for that choke point. There we go. The knockdown happened. It's way too much. Players versus one. Though, we'll leave this game with nations, and this might be the chance now YG to make a push, but looks like they're not doing it for now. Circle shifting away from them.
And with that circle now shifting away, they will all be forced to move out, of course. And with that movement comes those movement as well from their opponent. So a lot needs to be considered in this area, just like what we have here for AF Gens. He is just hiding within that spot while trying to go inside of the circle later on. Team Max, though, now finds a better spot, but they have silent gods near to their vicinity, so they really need to be extra careful. And just like what we are seeing right here, they are also receiving bullets already in the process, and they're struggling to go uphill. But now with that, a few more, they need to survive this one. Maxiu needs to run for his life because he already lost half of it.
And Maxiu so far to get covered, but Trezzy though at a different area to, you know, be positioned, but you will get spotted. As you're right, you have to set up this move. Oh, but look at this. S69 now decides to push towards Jibna, as they're now ready with the frag grenade, holding a molly. Snitch though, throw a grenade in. It will not connect. Same goes to Master X. I'm not sure where he actually threw that top. That's some coverage where Jibna is at. It's like they're gonna try to bail out for now. Play Junior though will eliminate Max Q, but here comes TTQ. S try to defend, so maybe comes in and he gets hit as well. And Solid good at defending here right now. Is there to go for them? There's only one player. Or TTQ, another frag grenade to the side of TTQ. Only some damage. Also, an elimination for Suki. 1 HP left for Gus. And connecting so far, but Lucy will explode the pickup as they eliminate TTQ.
Eliminating TTQ now leaves us with only 10 teams remaining inside of the battlefield, and Silent Gods is trying their best to pin down our PG onto that northern side. Meanwhile, for Max Mad Dog, he will now be situated amidst this area wherein he has several teams around, so to be vigilant of his surroundings. YG Romeo, though, receives a lot of that damage, but with Myrna Boy knocking down Labo, this is a signal to push forward, to take down, and to try to attempt to wipe out the rest of our S69, as they are now just left with the Lone Ranger in our S69, which is Snitch right here. They just cleaned out the surroundings, took them down one by one. Snitch needs to be safe, needs to hide himself, because the rest of YG is already on the hunt for him.
And, you know, he came from the western side. Now that they're on the bottom, this is a hard rotation being done by G. Just a beautiful this to make in this type of circle. So now they are an advantage against S69. But they also need to take care of Rangers, who is on the left side of our screens. So let you know, try to make a push towards the middle of the circle while they are just scout the area. And SG looks like they have looted up the loot crate TQ earlier on, but look at that. Jib was able to spot Smile and able to confirm that knockdown right away. Looks like there's Iron is able to get the defense in again. So YG for now will be stuck at the circle.
They will now be pinned down on the end. Look at this. Silent Gods pushing onto our AF, and they are actually having a good defense of their compound right here, taking down two of the players of our Silent Gods and securing that one, confirming one more. And with that frag grenade finish. On to the rest of our solid gods. AF did a good job, but nope, wait up. There is still another battle that is emerging from that spot. And we have here, though, moving on to a different area. We have our newborns versus our Rangers. Jibna being on top. Yahiko just holding his frag grenade onto that bottom. But now that they are all climbing up, Paradise in the process will be eliminated as a full squad.
For now, RNG has to defend the upcoming team coming from the right part of the hill. Happy now. We'll try to cook up a nade as Rangers will be left with 3. Oh, nice one from G. Actually, frag grenade has been firm. Michael. Now for Rangers, again, they have that high ground advantage against newborn, so they just continue on giving hell towards. But they also need to think of Young and Galactus, who is just on the bottom side nearby now. Look at what they're doing. They're rotating all the way away from Rangers in that 69. And looks like it's very much open. Nobody else is here at this very spot, and they're able to get right nearby to the middle.
Exactly, and everyone is just quiet at this point. They're thinking a lot more about how they will enter the circle because that would be so difficult later on. But look at this, RNG Jappy receiving so much of the damage in attempt to get those loot inside of that crate, but with no go because we all have seen how he received so much of that damages coming in from those bullets coming from outside. So RNG Nathan now is just scouting towards our newborns, and our Goa will be left outside of that circle. So let's see if they are still going to survive later on, or will YG actually take them down one by one.
And for YG, I think they cannot, because they only have like 2 players left remaining. For GOA, I mean, they have the man advantage, but let's see. They're right with this shift. This will just lead to newborns. Will just force them their way through the circle. The dealt onto Nathan, I believe. So Nate, it's probably Jappy to back out. Yeah, there we go. Jappy has to back out. Jibna will have to protect Jappy. And they still have no idea. With regards to S69 Snitch still being alive. Just on the circle, so he can easily go for the third party like used to.
Yes, and we have an RNG Jappy going for that push, but unfortunately, he has 3 players of newborns to welcome him with open arms, with a lot of bullets at the same time. RNG Jibna will take that as a signal to just reverse his vehicle and to move back from that situation. And RNG Nathan will try to cover fire so that Jibna could go and reunite with his teammate right here. AF, though, onto that other end would also be challenging them one by one. So we have your Rangers being in the middle of several teams. That is going to be so difficult for them later on. And one more, which is going to have the biggest challenge, is Snitch from S69 because he is the final player of that team and all weight are on his shoulders right there. Goa Clay Jr. will be spotted, will be taken once more, and with his nade coming in from our good game, chasing after Goa Mapic. Yeah, he needs to run for his life, but his life is quite running low.
Sean with 1 HP left for the spray, but eventually goes down. But good thing the basically go for a follow to revive onto his teammate, but no! Kaya was trying his luck onto Pacquiao. Looks like he throw in that molly. This will avoid the fun here. Vaughn gets in closer. Ready now with the S12K. S69 will be eliminated with 4 elims. Now the Vaughn, oh, there, the slap to the face. On to GOA. Esports survives. 3 men left. They will be able to get the revive as well. 6.
Down to 6. So that means we only have a few more minutes inside of the match before we finally know who will be the winner chicken dinner takers of this match number 5. So everyone is quite quiet again, and holding that higher ground would be our AF, so they have a bit of more of that advantage onto Max, Mad Dog, and those other teams on their lower portion, as we're seeing onto that mini map. Probably that is Rangers, but they're all outside of the safe zone, so that is one thing that they have to consider. Look at Mad Dog right here, pretending to be part of the buggy, as he is not making any noise, as he's not making any movements. He is just right here waiting for everybody else to evacuate this spot.
Well, Mad Dog, he won't blow for now. No idea at all where Mad Dog is at. For the right time, all set already. Holding that S1897 shotgun. Eventually, seconds, all of them will have they're not within the circle. So AF, I think one probably will go down, but eventually will hit is a Mad Dog. Ooh. Does he know? Oh, he knows! He saw! Mad just prone beside the buggy. He eliminates Team Max. 5 teams remain now with YG, RNG, GG, AF, and NB.
Across our NB as our YG Royo Boy, we have here Moik throwing that frag grenade, but that went a bit too far and did not damage our players from Yangon Galacticos. Onto their backside, they have to be wary of our GG or Good Game Esports, because that could be quite their open spot. But for the rest, they need to move forward, but they are all playing and they're going for that edge gameplay here, Kuku, because they know that in the middle would be a lot of teams. But we have here with that one frag grenade, knocks down 2. Forward side of our Yangon Galacticus and secures one more for NB Foxy. Nice one for our Yangon Galacticus, now facing it with our NB XZXY. The final player, will he be able to make it? Nope, with that frag grenade, not dealing damage onto YG. This is Boyshan joining in the fun, but he will also be joining those players who already said goodbye, and that is courtesy of NBXZXY with those follow-up bullets from that UMP 45. GG's and bye-bye to Boyshan.
And he action, but that's not fun for Boyshan. So for the fun, we'll just have to wait it out. Maybe in the circle instead. Because at the end of the day, both teams, YG and not within the circle. Now Nathan tries to get up, but they're now going to be pushed by AF. But there we go, the knockdown happens. Another knockdown happens onto the side. Jappy cannot provide help as he's hiding behind the kills box. At the same time, he's going for the third party. And you know what? The rotation of YG is very simple. But, I mean, it seems simple, but in a sense where they have no idea where the enemies are coming from.
They don't have any idea, so that really gives them so much of that trouble, and that is going to be problematic for them later on. AF Gens here will be seen outside of the game, and we'll be back to the lobby. Now, 4 teams remain right here. YG, RNG, GG, and NB, but I spoke too soon. Rangers are out of range, leaving us with the final 2 players from Young Galacticus, 2 players from Good Game Esports, and the final one from Newborn.
And now we're left with 3. YG still alive, even though they have 2 left. This is how strong this team is, Aya. Have to, make their way through the Super Weekend first. As they're looking at as well, with 1 remaining at ZXY. Still spraying down, even though it's pinned down just right beside the blue zone. But look at Wiving. They're trying to make their way through right nearby the circle. But with this situation right now, I think GG would have the high ground advantage. But here comes XCXY Kaya will be able to spot him down. Now Romeo to take a buggy to take himself right to the middle portion. Oh no, not the middle portion, but nearby GG so that they can have a little more of an advantage against GG.
And with this 2v2 situation right here, this is gonna be fun because in the last few moments inside of the game, a few more minutes, they are gonna be forced to battle it out with each other, and that is gonna be quite fair because again, it is a 2v2 situation. Look at this. Those bullets now will be received by W2D1, and he is quite brave right there, moving with his vehicle in this very small circle. The final bullets will go through, and that is the end for our GG. And that is a good game though for Yang and Galacticus as they took that winner chicken dinner for match number 5.
Second winner chicken dinner Galacticus for today. One in Erangel, then one here in Miramar. They are very strong on. You've seen this game. 8 players left remaining. He came from the western side of the zone. Now into the circle on the bottom side, and they were able to survive until the latter parts, which is they were able to still make it through again. A strong output, especially from these two guys, Mernat and Romile, and say Cloud though has not pushed up. But again, kudos to Mernat making it through the circle, through everyone else, and getting the win. And
that is very impressive. I actually was not able to notice that that was only Romeo and Mernat Boy quite early in the game, and Smile and Say Cloud did not really do that much during match number 5. So Mernat Boy and Romeo Boy making up for the loss of Smile and Say Cloud really means so much for the side of Young Galacticus. And now let's first watch the highlights and what happened during that match.
And thank you very much, Tysa, as we are now the points that they got from match number 5. 21 for YG, and then we have from GG, NB gets 9 together with AF, as RNG getting only 8. For the side of Silent Gods, GOA with 5 together with S69. Looks like S69 has been doing pretty good in these matchups that we're seeing, especially that they started match number 3 and now we're on match number 5. So I am S69 the top maybe 12 and below after this day.
But nope, that is not happening, says our S69. On to the second page, though, we have here Time to Quick with 5, OF with 5 as well, Max with 4, PG with 1, and 4 teams did not get any points. We have your Burmese Goals, Sin Esports 214, and Generation X with none. So overall rankings now will be what is on your screen. We have our YG with 63. What a gap onto our Burmese Goals. That is 29 points in between them. And wow, just hands down for Young Galacticus with gathering so much of those points. BG though with 37, JG with 36, tied up with PBMS, RNG with 35, SG with 31, Max with 30, we have Rikeshai with 24, Time to Quake with 21, and next is Vanguards with 19. So now that YG is slowly but surely dominating these matches in day number 1, they have a strong foundation for the next phase.
For YG, right? I think they're just
Mhm.
making sure join the Super Weekend. But this is what I'm talking about for S69. The only team from Singapore. Look at them, 19 total points. 69. This is again a good outing for them. This is how they play it. Like even in the previous season, week number 1, they're not that good. But eventually, on week number 2, they try to bounce back. But now 4 teams. The big difference here is the elimination. NBF only has 4 and 6, while YG got double-digit elimination points, 11 and for GG. The throwable count, it's totally different compared to Erangel, because this is not that too much of utilities being used, but you can MVP now of this matchup, it or not, with 997 damage, 1 damage taken with 46% team and 28 full time. Wow, for YG. They're now with 3 points, Aya.
Mhm.
Again, these are you would have to qualify to the Super Weekend, but the thing that is most important, the Super Weekend, Aya, because you will have rank points from there. And if I'm not mistaken, that YG didn't really the top, as we are now comparing them to the one that got the number 1 spot during Super Week MS. And you can see here the difference. And remember, Pretzel got the nations in just that one game.
Yep, in game number 4. So, meaning that he really popped off during those moments. So, they really need to take note and to be wary of Pretzel from PBMS, because this guy is something inside of this PMCL Southeast Asia Summer. So just a recap for everybody, we have finished 5 matches already. The first one was taken by RNG in the map of Sanhok. Second game was taken by YG in the map of Erangel. BG for the third map in Erangel as well. Silent Gods for game number 4 in Erangel. And we have your match number 5 taken by YG from Miramar. Very fresh from that winner chicken dinner. But for now, we're going to go for a very short break before we head on to our final game for today.
And we're back for the countdown for the last map of the day, match number 6. That's what we're gonna have. YG got winner chicken dinner in match number 5. Let's see if they can do it again. But again, the groupings will be different. Group C won't be playing this time around. So it's going to be 214 BG GG Orange will not be playing for the last map. It'll be a comeback for Group A, which is the PX's Vanguard, KHI, and Austria. And we talked about or probably Austria can a redemption comeback in the last match of the day. Let's see and find out in just a few seconds. We're gonna fly our plane towards the map of Miramar. By the way, the circle before was let's see, find out as we start now match number 6.
And now, entering the final match in the map of Miramar, brought to you by Techno and PUBG Mobile. So now, let's see who else will be the kings of Miramar after that very explosive gameplay coming in from Yangon Galacticos, despite having only 2 players by the end of the match. Plane path, though, goes and comes from the airfield Pozo onto the area of Puerto Paraíso. Now, I believe it's much more leaning towards the circle of Los Leones, but let's still find out before we head on to that safe zone who will be dropping together in the same dropping point.
We'll see and find out. Looks like Montenuevo, we have 2. This is Austria, and not the other one. Probably it's Nexus Vanguard, because I know every time it's Nexus Vanguard. There we go, it's Nexus Vanguard. And round Nexus Vanguard, Aya obliterated Austria Esports last week. I think it was the 3rd day, or maybe the qualifications to the Super Weekend. So let's see if they can still do the same thing, as Austria had made some adjustments all now. If you remember, they did a 2-2 split in this type of scenario, but now it's a 1 split. Ranzer being the one on the flank for Vanguard. Looks like the 3 players are here. Not so sure where's the...
We're not quite sure about that, but we are sure that NX Superboy will be spotted by Oscar Ranzer with that M249. And that is going to be the first blood of our match number 6. Now, Austria slowly but surely getting back on track with that first elimination. Will they be able to continue with the momentum, or let's see if Nexus Vanguards will actually have a good response to this situation?
Right, super low key, only with a Scorpion. That's the only bad thing about the players of right now. The same goes to Austria. Top has a Winchester. Oh, he actually got a shotgun, so they're ready for some action. As random information that super low-key is right here. Him about getting the numbers at for Austria. He will be the first one to be attacked, because you would see WZ up roof, who does have on him, but I believe doesn't have yet a helmet or probably a vest to protect himself. Get spotted as well by Red and tries to stand up.
That is, of course, what he needs to do right now. But for Ostradokniko, just like what we have said, for rather what you have mentioned and observed, that the lineup of Austria is much better when they are a full Cambodian power. But now that Duktiko is here, I don't think he brings so much of that contribution to the Austria team. But let's look forward if this is really something that they would want to work out for them. But it's quite quiet for both teams. Not much of a follow-up from the end of our Austria Esports, but for Nexus Vanguards, they are completely silent at this point, Kuku.
Deco is just finding for the right angle towards Joe. I think they need to back it out a bit and maybe try to push super low key. I think that's the best option esports here in this situation. But looks like they're committing towards Joji and oh, I don't know where their guy is for Nexus Vanguard. Do you know where it is? Where he is? I'm not even seeing him.
Probably in
On
my
the-
pocket.
I'm not seeing is what I'm trying to say. I'm not even seeing him in the map feed.
Yep.
Is what we have. So
Hmm.
again,
Operation searching for the final player of Nexus Vanguards. We'll probably see him later on, but for now, I think it's gonna be 3v4, which is gonna be difficult because, or rather, a 2v4 because the other one again is missing in action and full squad still of Austria Esports. Do you think that Austria should actually push our Nexus Vanguard, or rather, they are actually three here because the other one was already eliminated. So now they are all here. But my question is, why does Austria do not want to push Nexus Vanguards given the situation that they had that first elimination already?
oh, they got eliminated. I see.
Yes, yes.
So I didn't really notice that. While the flight is still happening, I think the man advantage have a much better outcome, but they will have to avoid those trade knocks, Aya, so that they won't lose air. And how will they do that? They will have to push all together in one. So for now, it's just a matter of who and where they will push first. For the meantime, we're looking at Team Max U with areas of, I think this is in Minas area, as they're trying to loot up GX. I'm not sure where he is. I think nearby Chumacera. Yep, nearby Chumacera, as he's able to get the pickup truck. And we'll try to loot up this random compound maybe, or we'll go towards the circle. I say though, on the kill feed, get Clay Jr. down on the so confirms the elimination.
Nice one for our team, and Team GX rather, they took that one elimination onto our Goa. So one elimination in the bag, which means Goa needs to be much careful this time around. And I'd just like to mention what Toot had said, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, in the comment section on YouTube. He mentioned the lack of Skynin in Austria really has a big impact onto the team. So yes, that is quite evident, and it's apparent that Austria isn't really the Austria that we all know without Skynin playing here.
Yeah, that is true. And that impact of Skynin being shown every single season, miss that firepower coming from offense. Just the same as before. Though will be able to spot the Rankid on the bottom side. They're trying to get the red rocks right on top of Morales. And this is the dropping spot of Sin Esports. So looks like Ranger's target right now is the area which Sin is usually staying. And for SG, they have TTQ right now on their sights. I think maybe is already down. So now it looks like they will confirm that elimination by just him bleeding out. And Ranked will be now confirmed by Rain. Should be easy. And TTQ now have to relocate as maybe bleed out to death. So that's another one being taken out from one of these squads. So if you try to notice, Aya, like teams are getting like once they're getting eliminated right away. That is just so bad for their squad.
Definitely bad for those squads, but looking at a different battle right here, as they are just right inside the circle. RNG versus Sin, PH versus PH, exchanging all of those bullets, and with that Molly, nice peek coming in from that window onto Sin. Wacko coming in from range. Nathan, now Sin Emmas needs to move around, needs to be quick with his utilities right here, but nope, he doesn't have anywhere else to go. But I think this is going to be a bailout for the side of Arison Esports. I think that is now the best thing for them to do. But look at this, almost being knocked down and barely escaping the bullets of Jappy. Sin Emas needs to prone, but in the process, as he's healing up, that will be RNG Jimna being nearer to his spot. PBM has scattered those spots. Oh, if baby spicy, and no more escape coming in from Sin Emas. That is RNG Jappy delivering him so much of those bullets. But SG Jarrell here together with the rest of the gang is now pressuring the side of our Yangdon Galacticus. The previous winner were Chicken Dinner Takers and the one on that number 1 spot. Now they need to move out as well because SG just really want to take them out.
And now for SG, they're in the blue zone. Monboy gets a knockdown and an elimination. For SG, they're all complete with 4 players strong. By the way, they're currently at top number 6, so this is a good outing for SG. Now for PBMS, Ryman and Monboy is trying all of his best in order for him to keep Ryman alive. Looks like the pressure by OF is still lurking around. Zero able to eliminate Ryman. Oh, was able to spot it. Was going to be Naughty. Who will go for the elimination. Naughty from behind though. This is Pacquiao. Get that one player of OF out of this match. PMS though, Aya. They're left now with just Monboy.
Oh no.
And again, you're talking about this play in the individual event in the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. Medal, just an FYI. So this means that very comfortable, even though he's all alone.
Definitely, I think you were cut off. But yes, I also do believe that PBMS Monboy is much comfortable being on his own. So this is something that he can work with later on. But he also needs to first have a good spot because we still have 16 teams and no one is yet being eliminated. So in any case that he would be spotted, that is not going to be so good, and that will take a toll on their scores now that they are on to that 3rd spot. But that circle, though, will just close in quite towards the middle portion of the previous circle, and just a few would be left outside. So most of the teams are already secured with their spots inside of the safe zone, so not much movement is needed from their end. Team Max, though, just trying to gatekeep everyone who would want to join their safe area, safe spaces. OF, though, the final 2 players are not suspecting that there is one more player from BBMS, which is Monboy, who is just behind them.
And Labo on the kill feed knocks down St. Cloud. This is S69. The trade happened now. Smile knocks down Labo. Confirmed by YG. Labo will be eliminated. YG though, oh wow! YG got eliminated 69. What happened, Aya?
We are not sure what happened right here, but that was really, really unfortunate for them. Moving on to another team, let you know that everything's just being fast-paced right here in the final game. Moving on to a different battle. SG, as they go around the map and push a bit forward, they will be seeing our AF aggressive fight. Will they receive an aggressive fight, or will that be a different story as SG is taking a different path right here? But with that turn, AF No Escape is actually waiting for their movement. But with SG now getting inside of the circle, they're taking this spot, and they are actually not seeing yet and not yet feeling the presence of our aggressive fight. That could come as a surprise later on. So they also need to spot their surroundings, just like how AF No Escape is looking at them right now.
And Gerald together with MM. You have to be careful though. on the lower emphasis on the high ground advantage. Oh, look at that, Jappy! All of a sudden, X's Vanguard is just wiped out. Oh my goodness, Rangers now still left with 4 players strong. Jappy will be able to heal as he's now gonna get pick range. And now their next objective will be the circle. Like one of their players by the circle. Now no escape. Just hearing those vehicles, minor trying to circle around. There's some enemies nearby. Like AF and SG won't fight at all. They will just focus in getting into the circle. Now get gunshot by a team. Not so sure who it was, but it's from the northern side of the mini map. Now, it's very, very near. Team Max right now. And actually, them who got the knockdown, I believe, or it's probably not so sure. It's very small. I can't read it. Now for GX, they have now the advantage against Team Max. Now they are scattered all the way in. So now they have like a team one advantage here. And Strezzy will go down as shit in. Now Rangers full third party and GX thinking that this is the other players of Team Max. They now try to chase him down.
Ooh, chasing them down one by one, just like what RG is at right now in front of our Generation X, wanting to clear out and to wipe out these players in front. We have the KSI Clear being taken down at the same time. GX Squad now preparing themselves for that defense onto that push of our Rangers. With this nade coming in from Nathan, will that land onto someone? I don't think so. That will not deal a bit of that damage to any of the players of our Generation X. And one more attempt will be done. Will that be received by our GX? Oh, yes, it will. And that will cost him half of his HP right there. Range jumping up and down to go to that spot wherein Coca-Cola is actually staying. And with this one more frag grenade, will that land onto somebody? I don't think anybody is situated in that location, so Range just wasted one more frag grenade. But with this onto Coca-Cola, that will have his life at the same time, but no follow-up will be done. Now RNG Jappy will be the first one to be taken down with this encounter in between these two teams. AF Fong, though, will be seen by S69 Master Rix. Will they be able to revive Jappy right away? Yes, they will. But onto Sin, that will be him being taken down by RNG Nathan. And Nathan also heavily damaged. Jibna too will receive that same amount of damage coming in from behind. So third party is real right now. RNG could be sandwiched in between two teams.
Yeah, this is not, I believe so. That fully sandwiching RNG. One goes down. Oh, giving Nathan together with Jappy, and now for RNG, they're left with none as they get eliminated here. Top 13. This is just so bad for RNG.
Definitely bad for our Rangers right there. Although they tried their best, it's just really problematic that they were caught in between two teams right there. PBMS, the final player, which is Monboy, survived a bit, but only up until the 12th spot, wherein he also got eliminated. S69 now in front of that aggressive fight. OF in front of K-Chai Clear being knocked on for second time around. AF no escape, actually almost escaped those flames, but received a ton of damage as well. AF Gens still peeking through that window if he would be spotting players of our S69. No escape would take revenge with that frag grenade onto I'm Low, but that just dealt 20 damage. And AF Gens being seen by S69 Master Rix. We have our S69 on fire right now, but surprise, that attack will be coming in from AF Parker, taking him down. Now with one more try with that frag grenade. This is a good battle between these two teams because they are fighting onto the bottom side of our leaderboards. But what's in Esports also now being eliminated. Parker and our S69 Master X continues with a battle with both shotguns in hand.
Now that's the in, but he will die in the process as the rest of AF will continue on. Jen's currently knocked down. Most likely he will get a revive as he crawls his way through his teammate. Circle will now close in just 4 seconds. As now Pacquiao now goes in, but here comes Claire with 3. And now they eliminate the players of GOA. Now Claire is down to low HP. Rex now putting in the pressure. Now dead. Now looks like he's gonna try Migs. But the vehicle will now explode. They have to get out of the way. And Migs now trying to get out of the way. So it's now coming in for the side of Rex. Live Claire, though, unfortunately, that area and leaves to just bleed out.
Bleeding out will be Migs. Ooh, but rather, KJ Claire is still right here and trying to go for that attempt. Goa Rex, though, is already having that frag nade in hand, ready to throw onto our KHI, and that will be landing perfectly onto our KHI. But nice one for them that they took down Goa before Goa takes them out. And now KHI is still a full squad, but the next contender will be right here, which is OF. And as he goes for that spray down, only half will be dealt. And as he takes a step back and reunites with Nady right here, they need to reposition because I don't think they could be handling our KHI right there, because that will be a 2v4 situation. PG Honda right in front of them, that could be a better opponent. But for GX, let's see if this is going to be their time to shine.
Let's see if this is their time to shine. Still 4 players left remaining for GX, and a total of 8 eliminations so far. So this is a really good game for Generation X. And we've talked about Generation X being so one, like what they did in week number 1, but eventually they fall down and it goes along. So let's see if they can continue with the good performance going into the next phase from here, especially for playing rounds to the Super Weekend. And Damios just looking towards OF. Again, this is giving them the cover that they needed. It's just way out in the open. So for PG, needs to bounce back. Will go down. That's 0. And KHI being so active right now at this very stage of the circle. Circle will now shift. Will just be even smaller. Almost the same center of the circle for now. PG, one of their players is already in. So the rest like get in a little bit closer so that they can all be in the circle. So for now, that's going to be it. The guy of OF, that's 0. And it's going to be just Natty for OF, who will be alive. Conda is now cooking up the name.
He is, and that is just a few meters short onto Nady. So Nady is still up and alive, and he would not have to move any inch because any time that he goes up, he would be seen by several teams, not only PG, but those who have access onto his location. And we have Rakejai now trying their best to also move in the circle, as that would be chasing after them in just a few more minutes. They're going for that late rotation, even getting this one more vehicle so that they have all individual vehicles and even a loot for the side of KHI Blanks. That is a blessing in disguise that they have those loot crates in the midst of the open area. KHI Migs would want to attempt to knock down Backham from side of Paradise and almost got him, but that wouldn't be enough right there. KHI Blank, KHI Claire, together with the rest of our KHI Esports, they are handling the southern portion of the map actually very, very well. So this could be a great sign that they can take that winner chicken dinner.
Let's take the winner chicken dinner. They're able to take control now of the south in probably some of the middle portion of the circle now, as Claire is on the side of the hill, and he's able to spot now GX, another team that has a big threat, get that winner for this matchup. They're now going to be fighting against a fellow Filipino squad, which is K. It looks like the other Filipino squad, it's going to be Silent Gods right above on the northwestern side of the Nady now. We'll try to get it with the buggy. Can he be safe out here? No, he actually found a place to stay. Oh, it's not that safe. Zuki spots him down as TTQ now. We don't want taking care of the southern side of this circle, and he's actually all alone. I thought he was like with a player. He's all alone right now, and he is acted by KHI Esports.
And it's quite confusing because he is also in a red color, so you might think that they have 5 players, but again, that is KHI with our final player for a time too quick. But on the northern side, we have your PG taking that spot safely and away from several teams. They just have AF though, but other than that, they have that access onto those teams in front of them, but not behind them. So that is one less thing for them to think about. But SG Jariel being lost right here for Team Silent Gods. 1 casualty will be dealt onto them, but they still have 5 eliminations. But just looking at Generation X right here, they were very explosive throughout this match number 6. Look at those 9 eliminations, and they're still also a full squad. A good contender as well for taking that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, very good contest right now, but circle will not be within their reach, so they will have the forcefully zone just right TQ, and at the same time SG and KHI. Coca-Cola will now try his luck at the bottom side of G. They're not in, but on the eastern side, looks like they're going up against KHI. Blacks go, and here comes Demios. And now here comes the other players, EG. Only left Honda will be the left player remaining for Paradise Esports, as he's now going to get taken behind the TD, going for Portal. A stolen kill from K. PG unfortunately won't survive this match. And now here comes GXI. They now flood of KHI.
Ooh, this is a good one right here. A 4v3 situation in front of us as they're going for that revive. GX Coca-Cola now throwing and setting up those smokes around their spots so that they would be hindering KHI to enter this safe zone. But for OS Nady, as they go through that area, Nady will be gatekeeping them. Silent but deadly, even though he is solo, but also deadly are those bullets coming in from his backside. Now that is a backstab indeed. 3 players, 3 teams from the Philippines and 1 from Cambodia, just like what we're seeing on the screen right now. SG Lucy connecting those bullets onto our team Generation X as Coca-Cola melts down. He will be confirmed in quite a bit, but for AF, they're slowly going for those movements in order for them to join our next safe zone. But will Silent Gods let them? That is our question. And at the same time, for Generation X, who also has that access onto them, and with AF, no escape from the bullets coming in from SGMM.
Oh, but they're very good off. By chance, able to minor from AF now, just left with only 1, and no escape has all right now when it comes to getting far away from his teammate. And still alive, but they're not yet within the circle, so they need to get into the circle. Lucy right now will try to rest Minor. Oh, but Demios peeking over, spraying down as Jens was able to eliminate Demios. And now the next one, flags to Kate. It's now time to throw those nades onto the side of SG, but here comes GA. Last number. Okay. Oh, I say that will be spotted now by Minor. Will go for the elimination onto No Escape and Jens. And aggressive will die in the process. Last 2 teams remaining with only 1 remaining GX. It's 2v1 right now.
Oh no, look at that. Losing one more for the side for Generation X, this will just leave Shin, and everything will boil down to how LC would manage the situation, but he wasn't even given a chance to do so. That is Silent Gods taking out the rest of our Generation X, and to end the day, we have here the winner chicken dinner for the side of Silent Gods.
Gods getting another chicken dinner. That's their second for today, Aya. Same goes to what happened. White winner chicken dinner twice, and then now SG getting a winner chicken dinner twice. So the put here for Silent Gods and Young Galacticos will eventually be one team. I would say I'd pick for today's matchup.
Definitely, I think it would also be Young and Galacticus with their chicken dinners, with a lot of their eliminations, but here a lot of eliminations as well will be taken home by our Silent Gods with a total of 12 eliminations for them. And most would be coming in from SG Lucy with 5 eliminations, 4 knockdowns, 539 damage, and only 160 damage taken. So kudos to our Silent Gods for taking that final chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, congrats to not just SG, but to the rest of their teams who got their own winner chicken dinner for today. But again, it's not gonna say who's the best for this week for Thursday. But let's watch the highlight for now on. And we are back for the match rankings from match number 6. It's the SG will take home for this matchup. GX was able to make their game for today. 17 eliminations, or 17 points total with 11 eliminations for KHI. AF with 8. Same goes to OF. RNG only with PG with 5. TTQ with 4. And you know what? The push of PG, I didn't really understood why they pushed all together. They had the circle on the eastern side. Why not instead for the right timing?
That is really a big mistake and a big error right there. So I hope that they would review all of their games for today. Moving on to the second page, we have S69 with 4 points, Go Away with 3, Osjo with 2, together with YG, and the rest just had 1 or 0 for that match number 6. So we now have here a Young Galactica still staying on top with 65 points. That is because they widened the gap so much during the early moments here in day number 1. Next to them would be Silent Gods with 53 points. That is a 12-point difference. We have RNG with 41 now on the third spot. VG being pushed down with 37 points, tied up with BBMS. GG with 36, KHI with 35, Max with 30, GX with 27, and Time to Quick with 25.
And the second half of 69, this is the most surprising output of them all. Also with AF was able to get those elimination points right at the end. Vanguard, though, surprising now with only 19, 2-1-4 with 18, OF surprising with 18. And then the rest, Ostja is the most surprising out of the bunch, together with Sin. Sin was very dominant during the first 3 days last week, but today they basically lost their
They lost their step and they lost momentum so far. So for the top four teams, we have here Silent Gods, Generation X, KCHI, together with AF. So that is what we have seen for match number 6, and those are teams who ended the day with a smile.
Well, I'm not sure if you're able to see me. I'm currently blurred so far. So get away, I had to end the day today.
I don't think we are gonna end right away, but again, those are our matches. I think we still have our sponsor spiels, but we had a long day, Coco, with those 6 matches, but it just shuffled between our Myanmar teams and our PH teams, if I'm correct, and I think for those other teams who did not get their chicken dinners yet, it wouldn't be so easy for them to cope up with the situations for tomorrow and for the last day in order for them to get into our top 16 spots. But Cook, I think we have here our sponsor on the screen.
Oh yeah, definitely. And guys, thank you so much. Again, it is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 830, the Cam and 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient for both everyday tasks and the Imagines, plus the one-tap AI flash snap. You can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely, if you use this Technocam and 40 Premier 5G, your games will also be on point inside of PUBG Mobile, and who knows, you might be the next pro players inside of the PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025, or maybe of course in the next seasons, in the next year. So looking forward to seeing you guys here. And to all who have watched our stream, shout out to all of you guys. Don't forget to like and follow PUBG Mobile and on all of our platforms. But here is something that you also do not want to miss: the unrivaled power brought to you by Shelby collaboration together with PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, man, the legendary Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra. Also have the T-Mobile X is now live. The Titan transformations, ODM gear, and more await. So please join the fight right now, because the live is the fight. So just fight. And now back with the casters with Kuku TV together, Ryan. And so far, we will have to end this day today because of the connection that I have. So guys, see you next time here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League 2020. We'll see you tomorrow.
so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so